on this team has played in almost every single match. So there's just
Yeah.
a little bit more synergy, I think, cohesiveness when it comes to the game plan and knowing your teammates' tendencies. But Jack is definitely the player on the Mos Eisley Cantina side that you want to pay attention to. Statistically, he's been playing well just by games played, have been here
Yeah.
for a while. So super excited to see what he can get going. We have Gefter as well. Hyperdrive's there. They've only played 6 or 5 matches, so interested to see how they're going to match up, or rather link up with their teammates in this particular matchup.
That's a really good point to bring up, especially about synergy. We look at Gefter at 5 matches, Surfront at 8. The highest is Jack at 12. On the other side for Arise, I mean, the lowest number of games is in the hands of Fellowcast, and that's at 10 overall. And the roster in general, like you're looking at 16 games played, like this is, or matches, excuse me, this is a squad that just has the experience. And in a game that has proven to be completely like team oriented outside of a team like Chaos, they can kind of just win outright from gun skill. Arise has proven that teamwork really does matter long term in this series, I should say, in this season, and that bodes well for them knowing the sample size they have, the amount of games they've played so far. But remember, we have 2 best of 2 matches played today, and then 2 tomorrow. There's 4 points up for grabs per match. In total, so we'll have 2 matches played between each 2 teams with 2 points per match win, and then if you win both, you get 4 points. This is all for standings. Top 8 move on to, again, the playoff bracket, but also do want to point out that Due Process is currently on sale on Steam. You can get it for less
Buy it
than
up.
what you would pay for gum. Okay? It's like 92% off.
Buy it for you. Buy it for your mom, your dad, your sister,
Yeah.
your brother, your cousins, your aunts, your uncles, your grandma, your grandpa. Get grandma in the game right now. You got nothing to lose but 79 US cents. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Get it for the whole family. Get it for a
Getting that.
birthday present. Get it for a Christmas present. I don't care. It's cheap. It's easy.
If we get 7, 14, 21, if we get 28 straight rounds and nobody on the other team wins a round today, we get 28 straight in a sweep, we'll be giving away 20 copies of DPL.
Wow. Are you paying for that?
Yeah.
I love that.
That'll
I
be
love
a
how you
solid
made it impossible.
$7.
So. You made it
yeah,
impossible.
I'll lower the threshold because that seems a little unfair. 79 cents. It's 92% off on Steam. Download it, purchase it, play it. It's fun. It's a great late night game to play with friends. Crelly and I have been playing it nonstop, and we're the best on Killbox. You've never seen anybody better. We're literally better than War General, who's out there still playing.
Yeah, we play against that guy a lot. And he kicks our ass every time, too.
Hey, you know, hey, stop. No. That's
Sorry,
not
who said
That's not
that?
what's happening. I don't know. It's Chad. Stop wiling out. Let's talk Arise and Mos Eisley Cantina. We don't often do predictions. It's kind of, at this point in the season, like it feels like all teams have kind of started to settle into the groove. But Corelli, we have some predictions going up in chat. Use your channel points. You can predict who you think is going to win this series. Corelli, are we looking at a round 1 upset? Are we looking at an early upset to begin our Saturday here today? What do you
Oh,
meandering
boy.
on? What do you think?
We've talked about Arise quite a bit in the first week that we casted. I don't want to bet against them. I'm not going to bet against them. Even in the series where they lost, I still wouldn't have bet against them up until the very moment where they lost. So, I mean, for me, this is a team that comes in with a lot of experience, just not only with each other, but as a team. And again, I just think that when you look at it, and again, on paper, when you look at it on paper, a team like Arise should be steamrolling most of the series that they have. And even in series where they are tested, they're able to adapt and change the battle plan, right? They're able to change things up in a way that throws off defenders or attackers, whatever it may be. We haven't seen too many teams in the DPL be able to do that. I feel like a lot of teams come with a game plan or a strategy that they prefer, that they like, that they're comfortable with, and that they try and execute over and over again, which I don't think is necessarily wrong. But I think teams like Arise, I think Chaos kind of falls into this as well, where these are teams that they have high execution rates, meaning what they want to do, they're able to execute it at a high rate. But even when that's not happening, they're able to change things up, slow things down, and get those picks to where in the ways that they want without having to sacrifice too much of the chaos, right? No pun intended. Because a lot of times, especially for teams like Mos Eisley Cantina, it can get a little chaotic, right? So
Yeah.
I think Arise and others do a great job of settling that.
Chaos is a good thing for Mos Eisley Cantina because one of the big weaknesses that Arise has is just simply when they get pulled off strat, when they get a little chaotic, no pun intended again, they can falter quickly. This is a team that is very communication based, that is very vibes based. If they start to get flustered, you have a real chance here. Mos Eisley Cantina, if you can keep things scrappy and close, you can absolutely go toe to toe with Arise. It's once Arise starts to settle in and they start executing on the game plans like Corelli talked about, that's where they start pulling away, and really only teams like Chaos can keep up with them just by pure gun skill alone. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of differences Mos Eisley wants to throw at the wall today. Let's see what sticks. Maybe a couple of kitchen sinks. Here we go. Into game number 1, Arise versus Mos Eisley Cantina. First series of the day, second week of the DPL. Let's get into it.
It is the 5th week. That's okay, though.
Thank you. Sorry. 5th week. You're right.
Second week we're here, Spaceman. I get it. All
Week,
right.
that's right, yeah.
The weeks only matter when
Yeah,
we're on the
right.
desk, I guess. So we'll see what Arise and Mos Eisley Cantina can bring to us for our first match. Arise on the attacking side. Looks like our favorite Spaceman, a little 3-2 split might be coming out. I see a 3. Anytime they put a 3 down, I know it's going to be a 3-2 split. Maybe not. No. Wait a minute. The 3-1-1. The gear up was blocking the 1. And we haven't seen too much of the lurk here. We've seen a lot of teams try and execute 3-2, 4-1 splits, and that's fine. Here we're seeing a couple players possibly lurking through entrance and possibly trying to get angles through accounting on the outside. So super interested to see how this works out for Arise.
Double wired on the entrance entry, both through lobby and manager, basically means accounting is going to be off limits if you do hit from manager side. So you would expect the defense to, I would say, just keep eyes maybe through Jack over at accounting, but they should have that pretty locked up just purely off of the barbed wire alone. So this is going to force the hand a little bit of Arise to make a different call because they have to expect that choke point's going to be completely pulled away.
Curious to see what fellow can actually get here on the outside. Or excuse me, this is actually on the 3 side. So this is the push. I think Mos Eisley knows. Clearly setting up and expecting this.
There goes the barbed wire. Molly will just zone carefully. Won't do too much to shut down the opening round.
Nobody got down yet, but Gefter sitting very, very low. Noon. Waiting for his chance to strike. Here comes Sachi and Co. They're going to be pushing in. Accounting flooded with players. Fellow trying to get players down, but it's not. Traded out everyone. Arise. Down 2 players. Down 2 players on Mos Eisley side as well. Fight still go out. Jack taken down. Arise taking the lead in player count. 3-1 now. Hyperdrive's got to clutch it up.
Gotta work through security, which is basically no man's land. Does pick up 1 though. Follow-up shots onto security, but they know where he's at. On low health. Sitting at 90.
Wow.
Still not gonna do anything. 2v1.
He's chasing. He's chasing and he's hunting. He's got Sachi as well. Are we getting a clutch right off the bat? No, we can't get it on the bomb. And lacking. Gonna defuse Arise. Well, I talked about them not getting too chaotic. That was chaotic near the end, letting Hyperdrive run wild.
I mean, that's kind of the recipe for today. For Mos Eisley has to be, if you get caught in those 1v odd situations, make it as chaotic as possible. Force Arise to be either out of position or unable to bunch up and play a trade. Just from there, they proved that they could hang in really precarious situations, and Mos Eisley Cantina have an opportunity to keep pressure on Arise, but nonetheless, Arise will take the opening round. And, you know, pretty standard off the start. I mean, nothing, like, I was a little surprised that they basically full committed to red door through manager, but it is the quickest way to vault door, and with that, shouldn't expect too much of a change.
I like the plan from Arise, and I think the plan ultimately worked. I think Mos Eisley did a great job there. Again, Hyperdrive, obviously in a 3 versus 1 situation, definitely made the best of it, almost able to clutch, especially with low health there. Those were some tough, the first 2 battles that he won were pretty tough.
Yep.
Players in his face, and still able to come out on top. But Arise, they had a plan and executed. Wasn't the prettiest execution from Arise, but I think Mos Eisley had to give some credit there. Did well to panic Arise in those moments on the push. Now we'll get to see what Arise brings here on the second map.
Green's been much more preferred later as this season has moved on. More and more teams feeling comfortable just going through, hitting green, trying to take control of office, like in a 1-2 punch, go to green, go to office, and then get your sniper in a position to watch down low for a push to bomb. Conveyors is pretty easy to pick up. You can see the drawings from both teams. Arise still on offense.
And just look at this map. I mean, it's almost always the case. It kind of depends on how the map really, makes itself here. But you're seeing Arise this big long blue line through Toxic, well, really through Server Farm, Storage, Toxic, into Office. Office is really the best spot you want to be in. Obviously, it's giving you that height advantage over the bomb. It's giving you a lot of control across the bomb to the right side, closer to sorting or on the right side of Conveyor. You're seeing Arise really set up for the expectation that they're going to win Office. Mop will come out for Mos Eisley as well. Very popular spot to sit that in Office. And that is apparently what will happen. Cohen will be picking it up for Mos Eisley. And if you can eliminate that Mop, you cut down the lines for Mos Eisley, and Arise should be able to push into Office if they are able to get this win. They kind of are going a roundabout way, and with the way that Mos Eisley's set up, a lot of players are sitting back. I mean, really, Server Farm Storage is going to be given up. So the fight will really start in Toxic.
Which I feel like Mos Eisley should understand. Again, just Toxic being the choice for most players this late into the season. Go ahead and get rid of the first window. Still holding onto the torch. Right, chill out. Entry begins, trying to wallbang, but no first bloods as of now.
I think Arise knows, okay, these first two sections are going to be pretty clear. Nobody was in the balcony. But Jack can hear everything. And now, forcing the choke fight in Toxic. And this is going to be the first test for Arise on their plan. Can they get through Jack, who's been Mos Eisley's best player, in Toxic? Or do they have to come up with a new plan?
And Cohen is a no factor right now in the fight. This is the best chance you have if you're Arise to get some pressure over towards Office side. He has not been able to find a single pick. I say that. It immediately snipes off the head of Zigolo. Becomes a factor quickly.
And that's all you need. I mean, the job's done for the Mop. Obviously, you want to keep holding angles, but just taking on that first player. Here comes the push from Lacking. Gets behind Cohen. Cohen not going to see him. Another player goes down. 3 versus 3 now. As trades, or at least one trade did come out onto Sachi for Mos Eisley. Surfront taken down, by Lacking. It's up to Jack and Gefter.
And here's Jack on your screen. Gefter, 20 HP. But hits a couple headshots. Things look different. 28 seconds to go. Jack's not moving. Jack just works through the flinch.
Oh, my.
Can't find the third. Gefter trying to line up the shots. Bomb getting defused, and with that, the cover is in just in time. Arise take the round and do so pretty cleanly in the end.
Oh, that was great from Jack. Felt like maybe he sat there a little bit too long after the first pick, but it was a great spot for Jack to find. He had all 3 players in front of him at one point. You can see with the health Lacking a fellow both very, very low. Mos Eisley, again, making it difficult for Arise. I like what they gave up and then what they took back from Arise. I think when you look at Cohen on the Mop, like I said, I felt like he got the job done by getting that first pick, but you feel like he kind of got caught without really knowing where the other team was. He was caught looking the other way. So Arise definitely creating enough chaos to slow down that Mop and not let him snowball that round out of control.
Jack getting those shots through a flinch and still landing at least 2 is impressive as hell. I mean, just guy tip cap. That's a tough gunfight to win. Even when you're kind of repositioned, you get caught in that quote-unquote original COD timing. It's like, oh, crap. But fights through the flinch, gets 2. That's still, again, like a viable round where you're looking at an advantage for Arise. But Mos Eisley make it close in the end. It came down to a 1v1. That's what you want from Mos Eisley. They are down 2-0, but it's not a blowout. We still got plenty of rounds to go. Again, 1st to 7 wins it. We have 12 total rounds. If you tie 6-6, you get a tie. That happened in the last week for Arise in Chaos in Game 1. It was a 6-6 tie.
Observation is very, very popular here on this map, especially with this particular build. Hit the beach. Hey, if we were playing, we'd be hitting the beach. We always hit the beach. It looks like it might be a wall charge play as well, or at least maybe they're just throwing it out there. But observation, I think, is very, very obvious where you should go. And it looks like they're actually going to take observation and possibly split out through jungle and pit. Which, again, with the bomb placement, makes a lot of sense. I don't know. It's a little confusing, actually, what they're going to do. They might spend one through pit.
It's going to take time if they split through pit. Like, it's either going to have to be a delayed hit from observation side while everybody else goes pit, or we're going to have to go back to the old 3-2 split here, because I'm not sure how long this might take to at least.
Well, they might send. It looks like they might send 5 through observation and then split 3-2 throughout observation. But then they also set up wall charges on the left side into pit. So that would require 6 players. We'll see how it pans out. We'll see which way they want to go. 2 players, at least 2 players here on observation. So it is going to be a 3-2 split in the end for Rise.
There goes the power. There goes the nade. Molly is down. Sniper in the hands of Zigolo. Got picked the last round with the snipe. Counter flash? No, I lied. AR in his hands. Noon. 13 in the clip. No first bloods.
Behind a couple. Surfront did not see it coming, but he's traded out by Hyperdrive. Good trade. Hyperdrive's traded out as well. And 2 for Fellow means numbers up for a Rise. It's Cohen and Gifter left.
Last shot still picks up 2. They're just diffusing. They're just sticking it. Cohen and Gifter have to make a move. Gifter tagged. Cohen weak. Gifter sitting, playing as a sleepy beaver. They know where he's at.
Zigolo's trying to hold him with the saber, and he just doesn't have eyes on. He's getting the call out, but he can't find anyone. Cohen and Gifter will both go down if Zigolo can get a bullet on him. This time, he'll just let it rip. Gifter goes down. Cohen goes down as well. And again, it takes everyone from a Rise, but they're able to clutch it up.
Yep. It often feels like it's like a needle's width of a difference between Mos Eisley and Arise in the final fight around bomb. But in the end, Arise just have better patience. They're just able to, again, pick up some of these long-range fights, and their subs are doing work. I mean, we're talking about Fellow playing through pit and getting 2 on second shot. Like, just in general, those are gunfights that if you get 1, you trade great. He gets 2, completely overtakes that side of the map. Real state or nothing. You're winning gunfights you probably shouldn't be winning. Arise just better at that. And that's got to do so much to whittle away at the mental of Mos Eisley, knowing how close they've come in these rounds.
Yeah, I feel like for Mos Eisley, you got to know that you've been so close. And really all 3 of the rounds. I think the second round was maybe their worst round, but
yep.
Other than that, by numbers at least. But for them, I don't really think it was that bad. But it is 3-0 on the attacking side for Arise. So now you go to the Mos Eisley side and you say, okay, what are they going to do on the attacking side? And it looks like it will be a push through manager is what they're signaling. And maybe someone overlooking with the saber at entrance, which is also very, very popular, trying to cut off any rotation through lobby for anyone sitting maybe in teller or through security. If you can get into accounting, you really put players in a pickle if they're sitting closer to vault or by loans in the hallway, and you can force 1v1 fights for the attackers.
If we're thinking that Gifter or Cohen are basically the 2 so far out of our 3 rounds that have favored the slow play, specifically late into round, then I'm thinking you might want to keep their attention over at accounting, because accounting is just a natural choke point that's difficult to retake as an offense. And I would put maybe your best gunny in Jack up through entrance, try to work teller side, and allow him to take small angles where maybe you can, again, pull advantage, because you know where they're coming from. If you're a Rise, you know they have to hit through manager to get to security. You know they want accounting to get to manager and to get to security, that you want that triangle. But if I'm Mos Eisley, knowing how this defense might set up, I would try to keep my best gunny kind of away from most of the action so they can try to make the most impact here. really try to slow down the Arise defense.
I like this angle from Sachi. Ready to toss the molly. Yeah, if you were throwing it, it might hit the wall.
All right, buddy, settle down. All right, we can't all be Sachi. That's all I got. Here we go.
Nice, good comeback.
Thank you.
Entrance open. And this is expected. Cohen is sitting here with the saber. Trying to find the angle. 3 are going to come through hallway. Nades go out into loans. They're going to break the glass. Lots of noise being made here. Everyone is sitting and counting, and now heads popping up in the middle of entrance, so possibly that saber going to see some action.
Hyperdrive's weak. That's one of your big ARs already down low. Cohen just misses. Fellow will drop. Hyperdrive does pick it up. Oh my god, auto shot.
Wow.
Disgusting. Negalo picks up 2. I don't know what the hell just happened when we switch over, but now it's a 2v4.
Callouts came through. That's a great pick. Cohen's got 16 HP, and oh my goodness gracious. Arise holding strong in the entrance. And for Mos Eisley, that is a very rough round.
Yeah.
A 2v1 situation there in Teller from entrance, and they could not get the job done. Arise 4-0 now.
They also dropped the snipe. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. You're kind of really hoping for that first blood with the snipe from entrance side, but just unable to find it, and that is really, really unfortunate. It looked like things were starting to turn up their way. They were able to, again, force some awkward engagements over to accounting, and you saw them like kind of working through the back halls before the auto shotgun came into play. But now they're down 4-0. Not quite back against the wall just yet, but again, 1st to 7. And right now, Arise are just kind of running away with it.
Yeah, that round was pretty dominant from them. Now, when we saw Arise attack on this map, they went through server farm, storage, into Toxic, and then through Office. We haven't seen any indication of where Mos Eisley is going to go. But again, I think they're going to pick server farm as their entrance. And again, you're seeing on Arise, they're very much prepared for holding Toxic, right? There really isn't much that you can do past that. So for Arise, kind of just picking the default setup, but I don't know, Mos Eisley. You can see down there, might go for a dock push. And depending on where Rise set up, now remember, Mos Eisley, when they were defending this map, they were all sitting deep in sorting, in dock. So this could backfire for them if Arise sets up similarly.
Well, if they do go docks, they don't have access to the saber because they just lost it. And it would be great to try to counter-snipe Office, but I don't think they can. They can't. Gefter are going to be the only one rocking an AR, so your gunfights are going to have to either A, lead through the tip of the spear of Gefter, or B, he sits in kind of somewhere in the back line and is able to help out someone like Jack or someone like Hyperdrive, who tends to find the opening engagements quickly. This is going to be a very, very tight round. Not a lot of room for error here from Mos Eisley.
Yeah, it looks like instead of dealing with the Mop, who Noon will be holding in Office, they're going to just try and smoke it off, is what they were indicating. And it might work if they can do it quick enough, because I think Noon's going to be expecting the push from Toxic, so he's going to try and help support that side. I feel like you got to go quick here. If you're going to blow Doc, you got to move quick. Everyone's got to throw whatever they're going to throw quickly.
Smoke's got to land too. It does. Here comes the rest of the util. One snipe in. Noon picks up first blood.
Oh my.
Just barely strips the health away. Double up from his teammate. All red in the kill feed. Surfront throws out a flash just for good measure. Last alive. Everybody stays up for a rise, and that was a bloodbath.
The smokes came late into Office. The first smoke landed just fine. It cut off one sight line, but it's almost like they got mopped up so quickly that they couldn't actually set out the rest of the smokes. So for Arise, another very comfortable win. And again, for Mos Eisley, that was a very risky strategy, right? You're really banking on not getting picked immediately by noon to get that smoke off into office. You're really banking on everything to go perfectly if you're Mos Eisley there. And that was a perfect example of it going exactly wrong.
It's that very much is a high risk, high reward, and they don't really have, unfortunately, the weapons in that situation to really counter Noon, which would have been great.
And Noon's tough to counter on when he's got the mop. It's the gun that he uses quite a bit. It's the best gun that he's had statistically, and I think for Mos Eisley they've had to have known that. And that's why you want to try and smoke it off. But if you can't get it off, then you know Noon and everyone's going to be calling out and sweeping you under the rug. So it's 5-0. And for Arise, the rounds have just been more and more comfortable. Mos Eisley need to get something going.
And remember, Arise don't have to invest a lot because they've been staying alive most of the rounds. So they have a wide breadth of util and weapons to choose from on defense. Their barbed wires have been relatively untouched because nobody's been getting to the choke points. The rounds have been ending too quickly.
I think that's another thing, too, for Mos Eisley. They just got to make the rounds last a little bit longer. I think in that particular last push, it had to be that way. You had to go.
Yep.
But, yeah, you've got to let Arise make a mistake. I know that's not going to happen probably, but they do, and they can at times make mistakes. You got to make them think a little bit.
Like rounds 1, 2, and 3 were closer because it came down to the final, 1v2, 1v1.
Yeah, and they were slower, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It was slower rounds.
Yeah, like Mos Eisley can compete with Arise. They just have to get them in the right game state. So far, Arise has done a very good job of recognizing on defense, we just need to sit still. And we'll probably take the round, which is credit to how good this team is.
Oh, my. And I think
come on,
attackers are going to be running straight in to the setup of Arise here. It's good molly. But Arise were very much ready for this beach push. They haven't opened the door quite yet. Noon's got the angle, though, and if it is open, he'll probably get one.
Might get two. Saw Kalat last week.
They're all just... there goes another molly, so I think Mos Eisley's going to wait for the mollies to stop. They're all just sitting on the beach. And here they come.
Well, first sign given away, Noon.
Here they are.
Patiently.
Oh, he didn't get it. Blacking going to pick up one. Blacking going to pick up two. Their front and Cohen go down, and the push has been stifled. Lacking going to pick up three. He's just mowing him down. You've got to make the push if you're Mos Eisley. You've got to go. Smoke's come out, so maybe sightline's cut off. They're almost afraid. They don't want to push up. They don't want to make the play. And I don't blame them. Morale very low. There's a pick on the Lacking. Finally putting an end to him, who's been a menace this round.
Hey, it's still doable. It's a 2v3. This is not over by any stretch, but there is 30 seconds to work with. Need about 10 for the defuse. He's got 10 seconds to work with now. And it's going to be really tough, and you got to get going. It's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Jack trying to do all that he can, but that will be the round 6-0 for Arise. Man. I mean, it's like, you kind of look back at this round, it really was, the longer you wait at the opening gate to beach, the worse and worse your odds are of actually winning this round.
And I think just the more and more confident Arise are that beach push is coming because nothing else was happening that entire round. And you know by throwing those mollies, you're cutting off their opportunity to run in. So Arise very much, by that second molly, they knew, okay, these guys are coming beach and we'll be ready for them.
It was quite something to look over the left side of our screen and see the mini-map and just see all 5 players stacked beach waiting for the mollies to go away. We're like, oh, wow, this is going to be... This might be something. The fact that Noon didn't hit one is kind of surprising.
He put it right between two heads, unfortunately. And now we go to C-Store. So this is the first time we've seen C-Store.
Best map.
Yeah, your favorite map. But it's the first time we get to see it, so most likely at least have the opportunity to get the jump on Arise. Looks like an arcade push, which is pretty typical from what we've seen. And it's your best bet. I mean, really, you know, when you look at like a lot of other pushes, actually, it looks like it's going to be a split. It's going to be a split through shed, which is also pretty favorable as you can kind of pinch freezer. Not too many pushes through bathroom. In fact, I've almost seen none in the DPL.
Yeah.
It seems pretty rare that people will push through bathroom. I like the pinch from into freezer though. I think that's a quality play here. We'll see if Mos Eisley can set it up. Looks like a 3-2 split.
And they're going to run right into, again, you expect in primary choke points like Shed, given, again, where bomb's at and how you'd want to keep your numbers alive in close quarters engagements. Office and arcade are basically the big two calls on this map. You know there's going to be barbed wire in office to get through freezer. You know there's going to be barbed wire in arcade, as there is. So what does now the util look like for Mos Eisley, and how do they deal with this? Because I believe they'll only have like one nade to really make this happen, or to clear out some of that barbed wire, and that's now part of just the eco of the game of Mos Eisley's invested so much, but now they're going to run into situations where they just don't have the ability to take out some of the defensive measures that Arise put on the board.
And I mean, at this point for Mos Eisley, they got to win, right? It's 6-0.
Yep.
I mean, Arise winning this ends this round, or this game, rather. Looks like Mos Eisley going to make some noise in and around C-Store. Jack waiting for his partner to push through arcade. It's going to need Sir Front. Clackers out. Here comes that push into freezer, but they didn't check all the way. Jack didn't clear all of arcade. Sir Front able to at least trade out lacking. Sir Front's going to go down. Fellow to take him out. Now, Mos Eisley, what do you do when you only got 2 left on the squad? Zigalo pushes hard, puts one into the chest, but drops first. 2v3 for Mos Eisley. Need this one to keep the game going.
They got semis at office. They know where everybody else is at. Arise, a bit scrambly right now inside storefront, but this is the game state for Mos Eisley. Backs against the wall. They need a complete reverse sweep just to try to tie.
I mean, everyone's low. Cohen's got 1 HP. He'll finally drop. It's hyperdrive left. This is the point where he thrives usually. Not today. 7-0 for Arise. And what was a very tough first 3 rounds for Arise fell into a landslide for them in the end. Mos Eisley just ran out of steam.
Not the way I expected this one to go. Arise being the better team, sure, but the first 3 rounds told a very different tale than the last half of this game.
I will be right back.
You know, no comebacks.
Okay, have fun casting myself.
Moss Eisley has reference to how they can beat a team like Arise, looking at the Arise versus Chaos series, where Chaos just individual gunfight prowess were out beating Arise, and they were winning their rounds. I mean, they took the second game 7-1. Like this, like Arise can be beaten. Are they the best team in the current season? Yes, but individual gunfight wise, you can break them down and make them uncomfortable. Unfortunately, it's just five-head Doi. You just have to win your gunfights. You got to start winning the fights to make it happen.
Yeah.
And that's really where they come.
I do think that's fair analysis, though, and a lot of what we're seeing is that Arise take great angles, especially defensively. They hold really, really strong. And so you got to know that the place, if you're a Moss Eisley, the entry that you want, Noon's probably holding it with a mop, right, or whatever, right? Like, you have to know these things, so you have to plan for that. And to be fair, I think Mos Eisley have. They just weren't able to execute that game plan.
Oh yeah, if we get back into situations where we're looking at office again, and like it's like, okay, where are they going? It's going to be servers, toxic office. Noon's going to be there. If you're looking for the counter snipe, you should be predicting at least that's part of your game plan now. Is just where do we expect most of our problems from Arise to occur? Likely from Noon or from those high advantage points, and that's where Arise has been really successful. But also, the keys to victory for Mos Eisley Cantina has been in the opening 3 rounds of their last match, which was just simply make it close and don't let the clock, don't let bleed out the round. Don't let yourself get picked off to the point where you're down 2 members, 3 members, you know, in the opening 30 seconds. That doesn't help anybody. Like, Mos Eisley can absolutely draw this game out, and they should.
I am looking at the chat predictions in the Twitch chat, at least. There are 53,500 points on Arise. There is 1 point, 1 channel point. As Lacking taking down the phone. Hyperdrive going to trade out Lacking. Good trade.
Noon's been sitting here for a while. I mean, that pick from Lacking not only keeps Noon out of POV, but it also forces Mos Eisley to re-wrap back across into crates, which is not a place they wanted to be initially. Jack would pick up one through the wall, and numbers re-wrap themselves into the middle of the map. Surf front, working through Pillbox. These are moments where you're absolutely going to have to lean on individual gunfights to win this round outright. Defuse starting to get stuck. On the site. Who will collect? Jack, Scream. Jack, where does the Molly?
Through the Molly.
Whoa! Jack is still alive, and the defuse will come in. They're sticking it. They're sticking it, but it won't matter. Arise through the wall, just way too good. And Noon stays alive the entire round to close it out.
That was great work from Jack, but just didn't have the players to follow up, didn't have the team to follow up with him, and not enough information in the end. Zigalo with just a bit of health left, but Noon played his life. You called him out. He was kind of just sitting around hallway, sitting around the back, waiting for Mos Eisley to push through. And again, We talked about kind of having your power players in power positions. Jack sitting on the bomb, knowing that a door is going to open up. Jack could have. That was an incredible. That could have been an incredible clip for Jack
Yeah.
to clean up 3 there, and go back to the bomb. But alas, not happening. And Arise take map 1.
Round 2 to the best map. You know what it is. You know it. You've seen it. You love it. Do the arcade hit. Go ahead and double up the barbed wire and teller for me. That's devious, actually.
To
Double barb and teller. That's messed up.
it looks like Teller might be the call actually.
It's a hell of a choke point.
Okay, I do like the play. I do like the play coming in through green door and Teller and then wall charging into bathroom. We've seen multiple wall charges in bathroom, particularly on this map, pay off big for attacking teams if they can do it quick enough. That's the thing, is the speed of it really matters. And of course, if you when you bust through the wall and jump into bathroom, that you don't run into a shotgun immediately.
Mm-hmm. What does Cohen see out there? That's the scary thing though, is like, I guess I'll posture this as a question. Do you trust Mos Eisley to play at that tempo with that urgency early in the round? After everything we've seen, do you think that they can kind of pull off that early game hit?
Oh, absolutely. I think what really is going to matter is how they push through storage, how fast they can clear storage, and then make players in bathroom think about the pinch from freezer. That's going to be the key thing here, because I do think they might send one through storage to at least look through the windows. But maybe not. They're certainly calling out players in storage, so maybe they might not.
Whoa. That's a long way down. Alright,
Boys to
I
drop
like it.
in.
It's already out. That was quick.
Get the wall charge off. They get some damage down on Zigalo as well. And this is good. You're really making Arise think here. Can they get the opening pick? No, they can't. Cone taken down.
Look at all the real estate right now that Arise has on the map. Look at how much space they have to work with and the funnel they've pushed Mos Eisley Cantina just into the entry. This is going to be nearly impossible if you just don't win the gunfights outright.
Extra damage going down. And Zigalo going to take down Jack. Surf Front taking down Sachi. Trades follow up as well. It's Gefter and Surf Front. Zigalo, Noon, and Lacking left on the Arise front as Noon taking down Gefter and a 1v2 situation.
do to their mental? What does that do to the strength of their resolve in this series? Because they haven't gotten around yet today. Is there any worry about where they're at currently in the game state?
I think if you were going to be worried, you were worried after the 7-0, right? I think now you're just kind of in that point of, okay, let's just get one, right? Start with one and go on from there. You were already kind of smoked in that first round, right? So you really have nothing to lose at this point. And again, I really don't think that the ideas coming out from Mos Eisley is necessarily that bad. Again, the execution I think is missing, and they're not getting the picks when they have the opportunity to get them. In fact, they usually drop their first player before Arise does. I think they're waiting for all this util to kind of calm down so they can get some angles. They would love to get a pick before running in. I think that's what they're waiting for. Not to mention the entire dockside is covered in fire. Here they go. They're going to push through and push through hard. 2 go down. 3 go down for Mos Eisley Cantina. Gefter trades one back. 4 go down. It's just Cohen. He's taking shots. Can he get away? Puts one into Sachi. Will take him down. Flips over to the left side. He is looking the right way. Lights off. Could give him an advantage. He's got to hit the next shot. That's a tough one with Noon jumping over the rails. 3-0 for Arise. And again, for Mos Eisley Cantina, they were spotted out. They knew exactly, or Arise knew exactly where they were going to go, and they chopped them up on the push.
Yeah, that's a tough round. Outside of like the opening 3K, there's still moments where in the chaos, Mos Eisley, their windup is still pretty good. They're still in situations where it feels like it just takes a pick or two to go their way, and they could steamroll that into a round win. But losing the 3K, losing that opening front hurts, and then having the only player last alive with a snipe at 20 HP is even worse, because there's just very little chance you're going to be able to counter Noon getting aggressive, and if your anchor's pushing you, that's a very bad sign of what's about to happen for everybody else. So this is a situation where Mos Eisley, again, like they draw out the round until kind of halfway through from the opening breach, but they don't really get much real estate on the map, and it's just, that's kind of the thing. Like, they're really good at wasting time in really interesting ways, but they're not converting that time into positioning. They're not converting a lot of that chaos into holds on the map that they absolutely need. And this is where Arise are like, okay, we'll just sit and wait. We'll just wait for you to run into our line of sight. It's been 10 straight rounds.
So now Mos Eisley can
So, like, you need 2 points with a win today. You just need to start stringing some rounds together. That's all it takes.
Setup looks like it may be at least holding Teller and entrance. Nobody's gone through entrance quite yet, but it looks like it might be time for that on the Arise side to blast through entrance. A lot of attention is going to go over to Teller and into storage for most likely Cantina, or I should say bathroom. But it looks like actually they want to take control of entrance and run straight into arcade, try and cut off any rotation as fast as possible, but that's going to be tough to win. Looks like they will have one lurk as well, so I like the 4-1 split. In fact, I like the 4-1 split more than I like the 3-2 split in most cases, especially when it's a Rise. But we're finally going to see someone come through entrance on C-Store.
Just as the universe intended. Close the door. There we go. Shout out to the production and observing team who's able to pick up some of these choke points.
Being shed. Oh my goodness. And they let him go through. Well, they didn't go through. They're on the roof right now, but they're shooting as if they were in. Trying to pick them off. You have to be careful here. There's a lot of misdirection coming out from Arise right now. Most likely Cantina have to fight together.
And then
they've got to get a
call. Like, they can't just start swinging their heads around, Jack. Like, they can't be on a swivel worried about which direction from everywhere. They have to pick a position and work together.
It's something that Arise does so well, especially defensively. They pick a side and they hold it. And I don't know if Mos Eisley knows for sure if they're coming through entrance. Fellow's going to pick up Surfront, which means Arise gets the first pick again. Hyperdrive goes down. It's Zigolo standing over his body, and Zigolo's going to push in even further. Noon, a third. It's falling apart now for Mos Eisley Cantina as Cohen gets one back.
Gifter tagged. They've been able to regroup into arcade. Ooh, that's a really tough pick. That's a really tough angle to take. He's going to try to run into no man's land and get punished for it, and so does Cohen. That's the round. Defuse will be in. 4-1 for Arise, and it looked a bit promising there for Mos Eisley. They were able to regroup through back into arcade, but the opening pick went the way of Arise. The gunfights that followed traded out in favor of Arise yet again, and on the counter of that quick rotation, it was Arise who found success once more, and they'll take the round.
And again, great execution coming out from Arise. I really think by them scrambling, whether it was on the roof or out front entrance or back towards bathroom, it felt like Mos Eisley Cantina couldn't pick a side to defend. So many players, every time the observers were flipping through Mos Eisley Cantina players, really couldn't tell which way they were wanting to look. They kept getting pulled back in another direction. They thought maybe someone was on this side, and they were actually on the other side. But for Arise, I think that misdirection with no Lots of bullets go out. Lacking gets his first. It's Surf front caught.
Nice.
Jack. Wow. Double for
Nice.
Jack. 3v3. Jack still putting out bullets. Or excuse me, this is Lacking. Jack's by the ball. Lots of dodging going on, and Jack's very patiently waiting here. Cohen takes down Lacking with that mop. Huge pick for Cohen. It's Fellow and Sachi left. They've got to push up. 2 players sitting in storage. 1 back in server farm for Mos Eisley Cantina. The push will be through storage. Arise trying to find the pick. They're going to push through the right side. They're going to run into a shotgun here. If they're not careful, it's Gefter. Gefter's down. Jack goes down. Gefter trades out. It's 1v1, or 2v1, excuse me. Now 1v1. Cohen and Sachi. Sachi looking for Cohen. Going to take him down in the defuse with 20 seconds to go. Arise again. Forced to work for it. A great defensive stand from Mos Eisley Cantina, but just can't get the job done.
That's a round that's going to haunt Mos Eisley for a little bit. They're going to be feeling the effects of this round. Moving forward into this series and maybe for the rest of today, they had an opportunity. They had a couple of different lines of sight they really could have worked with, but the gunfights were just managed a bit better by Sachi. I mean, that 1v2 without lights is still incredibly difficult to pull off, knowing that you're already weak, knowing you have a sniper staring you down from barrel. Like, that's tough. That's tough to be able to work with, and Sachi makes the most of it. Takes down 2. Closes out the round. Gets the defuse. 5-1 for Arise.
Close. Very close.
Yep.
But not enough for Mos Eisley Cantina. Defending here on Kill Dome, see if they can put something together. They're concerned about Beach, but I think it's going to be a pit push.
Go ahead and hit the beach.
You might have 1 lurk beach. In fact, most teams do have a 1-player lurk beach. I think with this map,
beach.
we saw that. It didn't go well.
Yeah.
It did not go well for Mos Eisley Cantina. It did not go well.
The artists are out today. Good to see.
So, obviously, you're pushing through pit to take observation. It is very strong here. Obviously, you have the lights there, but realistically, it's just your bridge over into jungle as well. And you don't have to play anyone. You don't have to go up against anyone in base. So anyone who is holding beach, you're in a really tough spot. That deck behind the bomb, though, in jungle, that's going to be the biggest concern. By the red door and behind the bomb there in the corner. Those 2 are going to be your biggest concern, I think, if you are Arise, especially depending on how they set up. Surf Front's going to be on the mop, and it looks like, or excuse me, Cohen's on the mop. I read that incorrectly. Cohen's going to be on that little observation deck. Well, sorry, maybe wrong way of phrasing that one. On that little deck behind the bomb. They'll be looking at that push going into observation.
There are some lines of sight. Specifically, you're looking like kind of north of bomb where Cohen's at currently. But right now, like if we look over back on that mini map just briefly, like that kind of area specifically towards the east of observation, you can have an AR posted up and really cover a lot of that opening push. So that's a completely different conversation for a different kind of opening hit from Arise. I'm not going to go for it.
Oh, no.
Matter, though.
Fellow fell in.
One. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Excuse me. Fellow just fell in the pit. Okay. Well, this is your opportunity for Mos Eisley. This is the chance.
That's a shame to give up that kill from Hyperdrive, especially after Fellow already fell into the pit. You had numbers up. You didn't have to do anything special here. Let them fall into the sight lines that you know your team's going to pull. You know where they're coming from now. You don't have to force it. You don't have to be over-aggressive. This is Noon lurking through beach, trying to find any extra damage he could put. Jack here. He definitely does now. Jack takes him down. I think Jack's comfortable knowing that was the lurk. Cohen takes down Zigalo as Lacking will drop as well. Sachi to turn back 1. Sachi's dangerous, but not dangerous enough. Jack and Gefter get the job done.
Nice. This is is a huge round to win for Mos Eisley. They get gifted an opening pick from the pit, but they do take advantage. Again, Jack working up close, finding 2 in the round, and the defenders will get 1 more on the board. 5-2 for Mos Eisley, and a necessary comeback, and one that certainly has to happen now more than ever.
Great play there or great setup, I should say, on the side of Mos Eisley Cantina. Even when, and I think they still made a mistake by letting Hyperdrive die, but still, Arise finally made a mistake with someone falling into the pit, and that's a round you have to win, right? Because we've seen how many rounds now? Like 14 rounds between these two teams. Mm-hmm. That's the first time we've seen Arise really make a big mistake by dropping a player right off the bat.
Yep. We haven't seen many players. I think we only saw one hit the fall in week 1, you and I, but we haven't seen many players like really fall suspects to the map. But that's a very uncharacteristic mistake from Arise. I'm thinking we just hit through accounting into vault. What do we think about that? I mean, just one big line. Hall's such a nightmare.
Again, that's not one we see too often. They do. We see defenders set up for it like they are here, but it's usually an entrance Hall push, and it's usually a split.
Yeah, you can take the long way from accounting through lobby to get to manager. It's a long way or the short way. Either way, the defense can just barb it off. Like accounting's always going to be the biggest choke point on this map outside of like the opening entrance. So if you're defense for Mos Eisley, you got to feel pretty confident about where you're going to be positioning, at least for the opening picks in this round.
Yeah, and I think with the way this is all set up, because remember, you do have to open up the vault as well. You know, you're going to have to push all the way into service, then come all the way back, which is, very tough. And so a lot of teams defensively can just sit in accounting and wait. And obviously that's why we didn't even see a Rise challenge loans in the last bank map that we saw in the previous rounds. And I don't even think you're going to see that here from Mos Eisley Cantina either. You're going to just hold the lines. To hold the sight line, but they're not going to sit in there. And why would you? I mean, remember, Arise have to go all the way to the button and then come all the way back to the bomb. So you might as well fight them for that bomb control.
Bathroom's clear. Lacking on your screen. Got Fellow in the wing. 1-2 punch. Doesn't see anybody. They have an idea where the defense might be at as the defense begins to pull back just a hair. 1v1 on the south side of the map.
The manager. Oh my. Gefter got some damage down, but didn't get anyone. As Fellow is going to take down Gefter, chase them all the way back into security. Surfront trade out, and that's what Mos Eisley Cantina needs. They need to trade out when they drop players. They go up one player now. Hyperdrive takes down Zigalo. Cohen takes down Noon. Jack with lacking. It's just Fellow in a 1v4.
What are you doing this spot? You save?
Yeah, I think he's going to save.
Yeah, I mean, beautifully played by Mos Eisley. Just great positioning all the way around. They keep the auto shotty up as
and good save there. You keep the clacker. But for Mos Eisley Cantina, that is a great hold. And you can see they kind of absorbed the pressure from Arise. They didn't try and run out and take the fights. Gefter, I think, was the only one who did that. And he got some great damage down, which allowed his team to win the round, even though he traded himself out for it. But I think that Mos Eisley Cantina, they got the damage done, and then they pushed back a little bit. Got more damage done, pushed back a little bit. They didn't force the fights, because that's what Arise wants. They want you to take the fight, right?
Yep.
They want you in the 1v1 or create a 2v1 for themselves. So, again, 3 on the board now for Mos Eisley Cantina. All
that's
defensive sides, too.
That's a little confidence from Mos Eisley of, like, taking the fight and falling back and recognizing they don't have to force the issue. It's like, okay. We can just win from positioning alone. Let's do it. Send all 5 Hall.
Well, you got to go through somewhere else to go through Hall, but they actually might just blast into Hall is what it looks like. And again, you're seeing a lot of these sight lines coming out from Mos Eisley Cantina. They're drawing them.
Looks like I'm reading it. Torch from patio, move into construction, wall charge through hall.
Yep.
Just try to blast your way into the bomb. I like it.
Blast
Don't
your
hate
way
it.
into bomb. It's again, hall is really tough to fight through. I wouldn't be surprised if they pivoted to wall charge hall and then run through backstage, win through club, down through bar, into kitchen, then back up to the bomb. They will probably send at least one person to attempt that.
Interesting.
Just because hall is so hard, you can get wall banged from so many different angles.
Mhm.
You can see there's 2-3 angles from club alone. Not to mention there will be players holding in kitchen. It's just there's so much to get wall banged by
Yeah.
that it almost is safer to fight through multiple teams or multiple rooms against multiple different people.
So you suggest like wall charging through hall and then the rewrap into backstage to kind of reset the push?
Yeah, well, you're just like delaying the push. You're just not doing
Yeah.
it through hall.
Yeah.
You're still pushing.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking out, like, I'm mapping it out as what players might attempt. Uh-oh, hold on. We already got opening picks. Arise, gonna take the first blood. Not the way you want things to go. If you are Mos Eisley. They go low. Trying to find a
They get the
second.
trade.
Uh-oh.
Oh, this is tough. It's tough with the longer range weapons there. Whoa. Sachi taking down Jack. Surfront trying to hold the angle, but there's just so much pressure. And you can see now they are going through backstage. Or at least they got control of backstage. So now they're going to split 2 through, or it looks like 1 through kitchen, 1 through hall,
Wow.
and 2 through club. And this is the pinch I was talking about, Spaceman. They take everyone down.
Wow.
And when you win that backstage club spot, it creates such an issue for defensive teams. And Arise, man, they make it look easy on this map.
That's a really good way to put it. They just made it look easy. Like, once they got first blood, the amount of real estate they were able to find on the map, how quickly Mos Eisley conceded their initial setup. Arise just kind of took over. Like, the 3-piece at the end is just catching players, rotating into position, and just straight up kind of bullying your way into the site. But Mos Eisley had an idea. They had a chance to kind of draw that round out, and they got bullied. That's Arise kind of doing what Arise does really, really well.
Backs against the wall. Mos Eisley Cantina attacking now. They have not won an attacking round in 2 sets, or in 2 games, I should say, 2 matches. It will be the pit into observation. This is exactly what we saw from Arise. See if it'll go better for Mos Eisley Cantina, and then of course the lurk with the Saber in Beach. So quite literally the same exact setup. The only difference here, Spaceman, is that hopefully Mos Eisley Cantina doesn't have anyone fall into pit right off the bat.
This is why we hit Beach again. Give me another
Oh,
5 stack in the Beach.
You're gonna get Cohen on the Saber though.
Which definitely, well, is the thing. Like, if you're gonna put Cohen on the Saber, the odds are swinging pit for sure. I'm also looking again, like, past the jungle towards that red door, where we already have barbed wire set up on the steps. I mean, that's where I would try to put a counter snipe into observation, just to maybe buy some either time info or to pull attention away from your teammates in pit. It would force whoever's sitting far back on the bomb on that platform to stay either in place to watch the pit cross, or just try to get some info over on the red door and try to see if they can get a pick on a snipe. But it would pull enough attention away from your teammates at pit to at least give them a chance to get into the rest of the site jungle side to get some info over at base if they're able to clear that out. This is very much a sniper first, offense second round.
And we're looking at it right now. This is what you were just talking about, this little setup right here in jungle. The only issue is this sitting right here in this particular spot by red doors. You do have to watch 2 angles, right? You have the angle from base, as you can see on the map, the big blue lines tracing all the way to where we were just talking about. And then you have to watch from observation as well. If you lose both, you're in a really tough situation there, which is why that player behind jungle, behind the bomb, only needs to watch observation. Because if you're going to try and peek from base, you have to come all the way around into jungle. So here's the Lurk Saber from Cohen to try and find that angle. There will be one player from Arise sitting in base. And the second that Cohen fires off his first shot, I'm sure he will be hunted by that player.
Mm-hmm. Jack's still waiting to peek. Opening util is... he fell off.
No way.
Sir Front fell off. He just walked off the mat while trying
What?
to throw his nade. He just walked
Not
right
again.
off the pit.
Wow, that's a... You know what, Tetra? We need another... We need more stairs there.
We need a ball pit at the bottom of the pit.
We need a ball pit.
Oh, no. Sir Front, not the best way to open up the round. Gefter gets caught. Hyperdrive, Cohen, and Jack, the last three alive. Arise can just kind of sit still here. Again, Cohen's still working beachfront. He hasn't gotten any real estate. They're still looking for that first pick. I mean, Cohen is waiting. There's no reason to pick. There's no reason to pop out if you're Arise.
Cohen can see the player behind the bomb there. Hyperdrive takes out Lacking, so the trade comes back. Cohen's pushed up into base now. In fact, there's no one here for Arise on base. He's got the sight line straight across into jungle now cleanly. Careful. One playing in the water for Arise. He's being hunted. He could be seen by Cohen. But Noon going to take him down. Cohen had no idea. And now Hyperdrive's going to pick up the same spot. You got to be careful here. Very, very slow. 15 seconds left. Need to make the play happen if it's going to happen. I don't think it is. In fact, no, it's not. Nobody's on the bomb, and everyone gets swept up. 7-3. Arise taking down Mos Eisley Cantina in both of our first matches.
That's a really frustrating way to lose that game for Mos Eisley. Again, it's not so much the act of falling into the pit, but more so how many times in this series did we see Mos Eisley kind of getting close to finding their rhythm, close to being able to kind of break down what Arise was bringing to the table defensively, at least. And one small mistake, one lost gunfight, one just errant push doesn't go their way, and everything else collapses. Once you lose that self-inflicted first blood, Arise just stayed put on the minimap. They're like, all right, we got it. It's over. It just that's
yeah,
really,
they didn't have to do
brutal.
anything.
Yeah, and you don't get the nade off either. Like, you lose so much util, everything. That was tough.
It's that patience from Arise. Again, they can speed the game up. They can slow it down. Typically, it is pretty fast from Arise, but at that particular spot, like on that map, it was very, very slow from them. They knew they didn't have to force the issue. They knew that they would still have to run through that barbed wire and observation to even make it down into jungle, let alone get to the defuse. So, I mean, perfectly played from Arise in the end. And for Mos Eisley Cantina, hey, they got 3 off of them in this second map. They got things going a little bit, made it closer. I think it was 3-1 at one point, which is the closest I think they were able to get to with having something on the board. So for Mos Eisley Cantina, tough matchup against Arise. Again, they're on the top for a reason right now in the team standings. But, you walk away with at least 3 wins, and you have to keep going.
The separation is not too far away between Mos Eisley and Arise. Arise, the better team play, the better team overall. There were moments where Mos Eisley certainly had an opportunity to keep this game close. Like you said, it was 3-1. That was the closest they had. But there were so many rounds, especially looking back to the first series we had between these two teams. The opening 3 rounds were not just a clean 3-0. It was a fought-for win by Arise. Mos Eisley have good things going for them. But unfortunately, they just ran into a team that fundamentally, practice-wise, synergy, which is going to be a big factor for this team moving forward in Arise, were much better all the way across the board, and they just looked like they have had more experience on the field, and that's what we get as Arise will take it. 7-0, 7-3. They'll put 4 points on the board for Mos Eisley. A rough start to Saturday, I should say. But, Jack, closing thoughts on this series and for Arise. Business as usual for them. They just keep it rolling.
Business as usual. I think expectations met as far as what I was thinking for Arise, and very, very impressive team. Seriously, very impressive team. I think with the way they approach the game, very few teams even come close to just that mindset. So Mos Eisley Cantina did the best they could. Again, like you said, I think those first 3 rounds of the first match were their best as far as how close they kept it. There was a couple here in the second set, but ultimately I think it's obvious that Arise definitely had the better game plan and much better execution here.
92% off on Steam is Due Process League. You can go get it right now. It's 79 cents. It's literally less than what used to be the dollar menu at McDonald's. You can go get it right now and play a video game for 79 cents. There it is. Scan the QR code. DueProcess.info on Steam. go play it, go download it, and if you see Wartime General in the lobby, let him know that we sent you. It's a hell of a game. Go play it, support it as well. 79 cents, folks. Come on now. We got one more match here of the day. It's the third team versus Tim's Treasure Hunt, formerly known as Cave Dummies. That'll be fun to jump into. When we come back from this commercial break, and when we do, we continue on with day 1 of week 5 of the DPL. We'll see you after the break. this 2 series back to back. Again, you get 2 points per win, first to 7 rounds, 12 total rounds, so you can tie and get a point. But both these teams now kind of sitting in the middle of the season fighting for the playoffs, which of course means they'd love to come out and get 4 points on the board, Corelli. This is just, you win, you're in, you lose. It's going to be much more difficult to play the math and try to claw your way back into the playoffs.
Yeah, big player to watch there on the third team side is Lock and Load, who was attacker of the week in week 3. And the stats line up with that pretty well. Pretty high attacking KD. In fact, across the board, his KD is quite high. So he's done well in his gunfights, both on the attacking and defender side. So keep an eye on him because I think one of the things that we talk about with teams, especially when it comes to the execution phase of an attack or a defensive side, is you've got to have a player who's winning multiple gunfights and going 2 for 1, right? Trading positively throughout most of the rounds, or even just some of the rounds. Lock and Load's going to be your guy on the third team to do that.
Do you like due process? Do you have 79 cents?
On some months I do have 79 cents.
Well, this could be one of those months. You could have it now. And you could buy the game at 92% off on Steam. It's 79 cents. I like it. It's 79 cents. It's literally the cost of.
Is there anything that's 79 cents now?
Not now, but I'm trying to do it's like a wheat thin. You could buy it right now. 79 cents.
For what?
1 week. Yeah. Well, actually, that's probably. No, those would be like 14 cents, I think. There's a lot of wheat thins out there. Scan the QR code, by the way. QR code's on screen. Scan it. You can download Due Process. 79 cents, literally on sale for the Steam Summer Sale. 92% off. If you've ever wanted to play a tactical shooter and you like what you see here and you want to be able to get directly into the ears of Tetra and tell him what map to make, you can do so by buying the game right there. 79 cents, folks.
And you might run into us, and you can tell us how much you bought the game for. If it was 79 cents, we'll love you even more.
Yeah, and if you see Wartime General, you can tell him that we know what lobbies he plays in, and we're coming.
We're dodging his lobbies.
That's right. Get the game.
Get the game. Scan the code. Get the game. Try it out. Give it a shot. I mean, seriously, it's less than $1. If you can't afford that, don't be.
Go ahead, have a moment. What do you want to say?
I'm just saying, it's worth the shot. If you're in this stream and you're watching, you don't have the game, get the game. It's helpful.
Get the game.
Get the game. It's fun.
Right.
I promise it won't be worth. It will be worth your time. You will not be wasting your.
lost all of them. But I couldn't let them have just 1 point. That's not fair. Teams are finally in the voice chat. We're almost ready to go. We predicted a potential tie game 1, a very close series throughout, though. Unlike the Arise series, where it's team play versus counter being individual skill is the best way to keep in check against Arise. For the third team versus Tim's treasure hunt, I like the fact that it's a bit ambiguous for us. It's a bit, there is anything and everything on the table for these teams to kind of show us what they got, and we'll kind of figure out what the story is halfway through the first series. But I'm excited, Curly. What are you feeling? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, when you look at some of the strengths and weaknesses of some of the teams or some of the players here on each team, you're looking at a lot of strengths as far as like C-Store and Factory for the third team, and you're looking for Factory and Dome on the other side. So for Tim's treasure hunt. So, interesting to see who's good at what map and how those maps actually line up. But like I said, I feel like you're really splitting hairs when you start to jump into like those types of stats. I think it's really going to depend on how it starts, right? We had criticisms for like Mos Eisley is, you have a fine execution plan, but you're not getting the picks to actually start executing,
Yes.
right? You're getting picked before you can even start pushing beach, right? You're getting picked before you can even push through docks. And that was what really slowed them down on the attacking side. And so we've seen teams who struggle with that then transfer over into defensive sides and really struggle to pick a side to defend as well. So curious to see if these teams will have the same struggles or if it will be chaos all the way through.
I'll take some chaos. I'll also take a close game. It'd be great to at least go to a round 10. I'd love a round 10. Can we get a round 10, please? Third team versus Tim's treasure hunt. Get your predictions in. We still got some time for those to go up. If you're new, Due Process on Steam. It's on sale, 79 cents, 92% off. Go download it, play with your friends, have a great time. Mildly Terrified says, I bet on myself. That is a Pete Rose, if I've ever seen it. Somebody get this guy out of here. I'm excited. I'm excited for this match to get underway. Last one of the day. This is going to be our final series here for Saturday. Tomorrow we'll have 2 more matches. We'll have 2 more series, I should say, in total. And then we'll conclude week 5 of the DPL. It's crazy how quickly this has gone by. I know we were only here, you and I, about a month ago, but it's been a very fast season. Anything as of note that stood out to you, or anything you've been enjoying for your first time, our first time here at Due Process?
Well, we had a lot of fun with the 2v2 last week, which was kind of like a little intermission for the DPL, which was kind of fun to watch because we don't really get any 2v2 maps here, at least not on purpose. So it was fun to see that kind of be put together. But I think what's been most interesting, too, is just seeing, the teams that we called out at the beginning of the year, how they've evolved, especially with kind of our top 4 teams, right? Arise, Chaos, Mos Eisley, Cantina. Third team sitting in 4th right now. At 21 points, but it's very, very segmented, right? Top 2 teams at 32 points, next 2 teams at 22, 21, team after that's at 20 points, then there's 3 teams at 18 points, so very tight in that, top 7, 8 spots. It starts to drop off after that, but, from standing to standing, it's very attainable for these teams to actually catch up to each other right now.
We're coming down to the wire. We're coming to the wire for a lot of teams trying to make it again into qualification for playoffs. That's what it's all about right now. That's why the points matter so much. I've been told that we are ready to go for game 1. And with that, get your final predictions in because we're going to close it. And I don't want to hear anybody in the chat going, I didn't get my prediction in. It's been up for like an hour. Put them in. Who do you think's going to win? Whoever wins, we will give away an entire copy of the original alpha build of Due Process with the Blockmen included. You'll get all of that. And a one-on-one with Tetra. You can ask him any question you want.
That's what we should do.
Yeah.
1v1 versus Tetra.
We're going to give away Tetra at the end of the stream.
Yeah, you would have a long line, I think, for that one.
Yeah.
So we jump onto Factory here for our first map. Third team taking on Tim's Treasure Hunt. It'll be third team attacking first. Tim's Treasure Hunt trying to push them off. And we do have the artist. It is Timber. That will be the artist for Tim's Treasure Hunt. We were missing our artist from last time. I think the teams were sweating. Hairline. Whose hairline, though?
Yeah, whose, exactly. I saw initially a barbed wire going towards docks, which immediately got replaced. And if Okay, we're going to bring it back. Very, very specific placement for this.
So we've seen this map. I remember specifically in week 1, teams would blast through the red door at the top of storage and then come through the wall with a wall charge to get behind those blue containers and then onto bomb.
Yeah.
That's not going to be the case here. It looks like they might do a split push through dock and server farm down into servers. And we're using that wall charge towards dock. So we'll see how this works out for the third team.
It would be nice to see another wall charge into the blue containers. I was thinking about that the other day of some of the stuff we saw in week 1 was simply kind of just off the cuff. Yeah, let's go ahead and wall charge our way into sight. Why not? I like that.
That was a very popular play on this map in particular, so teams opting to not use it. Let's see how it pans out for them going through dock here. In fact, it looks like they're all creeping up towards dock. So maybe instead dock to server into server farm, as maybe we've read that one backwards.
Slow walking, though. They don't want to give away any audio cues. Again, like, fair, but interesting. We don't see it too often, even in early rounds. I mean, most teams are not too worried about the audio cue just because there's so much expectation of what information you're going to get just off of the opening round, but very cautiously moving their way towards dockside.
Yeah, no info given. Okay, now there's full info. Flogel sitting around the left side here. Gio's going to get the first pick, but is traded out. Afraid, going to follow up on Timber. Not everyone in all the way on docks. I think now the attacking team, third team, is going to push in. They have eyes on the bomb. They're going to flood in. If they can hold off in office, they'll be okay. Frosty takes down Sosic. And the defuse is coming out. It's up to Jet and Chrome Trigger to put something together. They will push onto the site, at least towards the bomb. Frosty picks up Jet. Can he put down the last one? Chrome Trigger's taken down. It's Afraid to take him out. And only dropping Geoberry was the third team. They're able to clean things up.
A little bit scrappy, but Geo was able to find first blood. From there, it seemed like Tim's treasure hunt kind of relinquished a lot of their office control, or at least were more keen on regrouping towards blue crate and taking the one-on-one on site. And once that happened, the third team were pretty untouched. I mean, looking at the health across the board, lock and load, Frosty sitting at around 45-50%, if not more. Vita only the lowest, but this was a pretty clean round, and it was a relatively, not unexpected, I don't think it's the right word, but a very quiet, unsuspecting, just simple approach to docks, which we, at this point, we don't see too often. We don't see teams kind of just defaulting into a standard hit.
I think that hit from the third team was quite well executed. They flooded the site immediately, which is what you need to do in that situation. You don't want to sit out in the open and get picked off from office, as I think we've seen some teams make that mistake in the past. So for them to just scale immediately onto site and gain, hiding behind that blue container and even just behind the bomb or start defusing the bomb really makes defenses, kind of forces a decision out of them. They have to start pushing you. They have to make something happen. So good first round coming out of the third team.
Gotta think bar's going to be the call. You get immediate access to kitchen. You can play crates and really try to, again, force the defense to re-rack into hall and just shoot through the walls. You're probably going to find a couple, but you can see the attention being pulled locker side. Shed could also be the play. It's going to be a little bit more difficult, I think, to move from Shed into hall. You're going to have to either go pillbox or take a couple of stuns into lockers, then play into crates, into kitchen, and try to keep that area secured for the defuse. But this is going to be a very, very tight window for the third team to work in, and it'll be interesting to see what Tim's Treasure Hunt can do defensively to keep the Shed push and also the attention at kitchen kind of at bay in the opening round.
Yeah, not a huge indication of where we want to go here on the attacking side. I think now it's going to be through bar, like you were calling out. The biggest difficulty here is with the way that hall is placed. It's wrapping all the way around pillbox. Pillbox doesn't really have a sight line to the south side of hall besides the doorway.
Yeah.
So if nobody comes through lockers, you have the west side corner and the east side corner of hall. But if they come through club, you really only have that doorway to shoot through. It's doubtful that they'll even come through club into hallway, though. They don't need to, considering bombs and crates. So it looks like they're just going to flood through kitchen and try and push through that choke point into crates.
I think that's a good idea. 6 seconds till the round begins. Channel points and predictions are closed. You still earn more, though. Second series of the day. The third team takes the opening round. Pretty straightforward. Pretty wall-to-wall gunfights from both squads. Nothing too unpredictable.
Ride shield's going to be crucial here because they will be pinched in bar and club. If you can take those fights in isolation, you're in a lot better of a spot. Or you can just smoke them off. Love that play too.
North side of the minimap. One player from the third team is going to try to make their way through Hall and cut off what could be the pillbox rotation. Pulling attention away from the rest of his squad. Here comes the rest of the util. Afraid's able to pick up one.
They have to clear out the smoke, and they do. GeoBerry just flying through and blind firing into the smoke. Now can they take kitchen? This is the hard part here, is getting through kitchen. Tight angles in kitchen.
Mm-hmm. That's where that anchor comes into position right now. Picking up Hall and shooting through the wall is going to be crucial. Chrome Trigger responds quickly. Trying to recover. Does so. Auto Shoddy in hand for Timber. Outside the door, Auto Shoddy can't land up for any. Timber runs into the ride shield, gets caught, and the retake into sight is great, but Chrome Trigger picks up two. Trying to pick up the third. Chrome Trigger shotgun out. Chrome. Oh, play the life. Play your life. Get out of dodge.
Oh, that's great movement. Oh, if the longer he stayed alive, the more he was making the third team think. But man, I cannot believe he didn't finish off that first guy he was fighting. He had the opportunity to and just couldn't put the shots on, and even had the shotgun around the corner and didn't land that. That would have changed the tide for sure. GeoBerry's sitting at 0 health basically. Attackers up 2-0 now. Third team again, a little dicey, but in the end it was 3 players up still.
Mm-hmm.
So the economy's looking good.
Yeah, less of a bull rush than I think I expected. Coming from bar side, the anchor did a nice job of again kind of maintaining a lot of their cadence at Hall on the east of pillbox, not allowing the defense to immediately flood through and take that challenge into kitchen. Couple of good parallel fights. You can wallbang that map all day, every day. But it's been a very steady first 2 rounds for the third team, and for Tim's treasure hunt, they've had many opportunities. So things are still looking good for both squads. We'll go into round number 3, over to Kill Dome. Let's see what the call will be.
Yeah, interesting. Obviously, that northern red door is the most direct access you're going to get to the bomb. Castle's a really good power position, but doesn't really have that great of line of sight into jungle. Beach is just very long, and then you have to fight through base, and you have to fight through the second story of Castle, who's going to be looking over. So I would say Beach, you could send a lurk there, but I would not send the house. I think that northern red door is probably the best way to approach this map.
Yeah. Now, you don't get a lot of eyes over, like, even to pit, you only get a couple of angles before you run out of it, just a line of sight in Castle. If you're looking pit side, you get 0 info because that extra wall over towards bomb. You get 0 info over towards jungle. You get some at beach, but yeah, other than the lurk, I think you're right. Like, if you're gonna go Castle, then you might as well try to split your numbers, and then maybe you do 1 beach, 1 Castle, 3 up top at the north red door, and try to play that fight. But there's really not, just the way this has been spread out, there's not a lot that you're given if you're playing in Castle. So I'm curious to see how the offense will hit it.
2 players playing Castle. Looks like maybe even 3. Which means if you blast through that jungle red door, you're going to have a numbers up position for at least a second or 2. Saber comes out for Vita as well. And here they go. It's a great molly. We'll have to wait this one out. But the Riot Shield getting a lot of information here, or maybe none at all. One player pushes up. It was Jet on the aggression. Is taken down. And that might be what the third team needs to push in deeper. The Lurk and Beach. It's Vita trying to find their way through with the Saber.
Their team has a first blood. Already. Chrome trigger. Keeping his head down.
He's hiding, and Vita's right above him. Flogel taken down by Afraid. So sick to trade out. GeoBerry to take down Timber. Still, Vita sitting. Now pushing through base, and he's been heard. Chrome Trigger knows, and Chrome Trigger saw. Oh, ducks under, duck under the shot. My goodness. Chrome Trigger with the Saber picks it up from Vita. And the bomb coming out on the defuse, but Chrome Trigger's not going to get back around in time as he's just going for some exits here. And he's going to get... Whoa! Did he get two? Did he just collat there?
Did he just get all four? Wait a minute. What just happened?
Chrome Trigger with a four-piece in the end, but they lost.
Why was he... What was he doing that round that he hits sight late? He ducks under... Well, yeah, that was a collat, right? I'm going to need a replay on what the hell that was. Like,
he got the collat. Yeah, he got the collat.
Okay.
Not a shotgun collat, but yeah.
Okay,
we were talking about that before.
Yeah, like I'm thinking, like, okay, he's kind of like... I get why he's ducking down and out of most of the fight, but it doesn't really lead to much. He does eventually pick up the sniper and then, rotates late to sight. Sure. That's kind of where my question is of that round of, was that necessarily the right play to kind of give up the round with so much space with your team needing you in the gunfight? But you get a collat, so I guess it helps. You kind of...
Well, he's protecting the Lurk. I mean, he kills Vita to take the Saber, picks up the Saber, runs out, plays exits. By that time, his whole team's wiped, so I wouldn't really put that one on Chrome Trigger. He does his job by killing the Lurk there through Beach, and then gets a collateral and cleans up, but unfortunately loses the round. So it looked cool.
I didn't even see the collat, and then I look back, and he's already got two more. Good lord.
So the third team up by 3, despite everyone dying in that last round. They did get the defuse. Onto Factory, and it will be, it looks like a wall charge play for Tim's Treasure Hunt.
Looks like a molly in the back for lock and load, which would be northwest of, directly facing bomb from server side. So expect, if you're going to have numbers in office, to again pick up green door, like you might see Frosty. Go ahead and open up one of the docks. Here goes Flare. Expect the lights to get cut. Shout out production.
It looks like Tim's Treasure Hunt really want to push hard for office. At least that's what they've been indicating.
Get another collab. Go ahead.
Show us. Ooh.
Move. So sick. I don't know if he hit Frosty. He might have, but Frosty is holding down hard with this molly. Gonna try to get it right over the door, let the fire rain down for anybody who might be moving in. So much space for the defense. So much space.
Patience here. Jet picking his spot. Flashes off. Pushes in with that saber, trying to find someone. So sick, takes down lock and load. Jet trying to get to a power position here through Office, very slowly peeking in. Finds one. There's a couple shots at the Frosty, takes him out. He's not even looking at him. It's up to Afraid and Geoberry. Geoberry gets one on Jet.
Oh. Not the cleanest from Chrome. Still hunting. Chrome's gonna get spotted. Move into position inside crates. There goes a flash. Doesn't hit anybody around side. Tries hip fire. Not going to happen. Defenders pick up the round, and a very patient play down to the end from Afraid with 10 HP.
It was a good pitch. I mean, listen, for what Chrome Trigger did in the last round, I feel pretty good about him in that 2v1, or 1v2 rather. Defenders come out with the win here, and the third team up 4-0 now in this game, as things have gotten close for Tim's Treasure Hunt, but not enough. On to Kill House we go. We'll see how Tim's Treasure Hunt decides to approach this map. Now remember, the third team, they pushed in through bar and then took kitchen. This is kind of a tough map. I mean, it's really either that or go through loading. Shed is possible, but you're going to also have to use a door charge there for that as well, so you might as well just go through bar.
Yeah. Very similar to the last time we were here. I mean, again, like bar, kitchen. You'd think you'd maybe just play with the same anchor that you had over in Hull. Try to keep Killbox, at least from the east, locked down. Cause some noise, cause some distraction. Protecting
a lot of arrows.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, a lot of arrows pointing towards loading. I don't know if that's
the barbed wire. Okay.
If these are smoke callouts or wallbang callouts, frag callouts, or just sightline.
This is just a jump out ahead. It could be if we're going to go back from they had their anchor swing out to Hull, play around pillbox last time, then maybe these arrows indicate where again they want to have their anchor in position at loading, and then use that attention from bar, from backstage, and from shed door to shoot through the wall and maybe try to pick up anybody who's going to be looking for the lurk. That's a bit out there, but it is a question of what kind of tricks does Tim's Treasure Hunt dive into? Do they feel that they can, again, play slow on the back end and try to pick up the pace late in the round?
I think they are. They're going to run all the way around.
I like it.
Into loading.
Why not, you know?
And the third team's going to let them. They're pushing hard right into pillbox. Oh my gosh, Jet, that's the most manly play I've seen into pillbox. Takes out two, is caught in the animation there through the door. They were not expecting the speed run into pillbox. And what a start for Tim's Treasure Hunt.
Best possible start. Best case scenario, you get two. Now just try to win off the numbers alone. Vita, lock and load. Last two alive in the round for the third team. First round could be on the board for Tim's Treasure Hunt. Offense starting to collapse. Defense pedaling back. Vita picks up one, but is low. Gets traded immediately on the swing, and the defense will handle all of the rest of it. The defuse is in, and Tim's Treasure Hunt get around off of Jet's just unbelievably large cojones.
I cannot believe Jet just ran in there like that. And it was crazy is, I mean, one of those players wasn't even looking. I mean, they had no idea. They were not ready for him to do that. What a play from Jet. And it paid off tremendously for Tim's Treasure Hunt. Finally on the board here. It's 4-1.
That was really funny. I didn't expect. I mean, I expected him to get at least one, but the second, no chance. Just, I mean, that's the kind of high risk, high reward play you need. Like if you have a shooter like Jet, who we've seen before, you and I saw previously in week 1 on our screens when we were casting him. If you have a player like Jet or a player like Sosic, those are the kinds of plays where even early in the round, I'm like, yeah, go make those, because we know you can walk away with those kinds of victories. We know you can take the engagement. You're good enough gun skill wise to compete. Shake things up. you need to throw a wrench in the plan of the third team with how much they've been kind of cruising through some of these close rounds. That is one way to do it.
And I don't mind the aggression. I mean, I think that aggression's great. And obviously that's a great example of one that pays off, massively for the team. But even in the moments where it doesn't, I think aggression really throws off defenses because a lot of times I think defenses are really like set up around, okay, what if they're lurking and try to wallbang me through here, especially on that map, or they're going to throw a flash here, so I know they're going to be there. They're trying to wait for those signals. If you don't give any signals, if you just run straight at them and kind of play a little more recklessly, that's the kind of payoff you can get sometimes, especially players stacked up in pillbox.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to emphasize it. It's like if you're going to make a play like that, like as quickly as possible is the best way to approach it, because like you said, you give away as little info as possible. You just go make the play. It's like watching, oh god, I'm just gonna date myself. It's like watching Nate Shot, like run up middle on Solar S&D. We're like, yeah, we're just gonna run mid and just try to kill him. And it's like, okay, yeah, just give away nothing, try to go get a kill. If you're good, great. If you don't, you at least cause enough attention in the middle of the map to make things interesting. And Jet picks up 2. That is the chef's kiss of a round.
We'll see if they can do it again here. On kill done.
Why don't you ever run mid, Crown?
Not good enough.
Go ahead and hit Beach for me. Hey, shut up, production. One fly. One smoke. So sick. Waiting on the beach. There we go.
Patient is Tim's treasure hunt. They've actually gotten control of Castle here. Everyone on the side of the third team packed up behind pit into jungle on the north side. Deep into pit. As Vita's going to get Jet. Vita trying to find more. Oh, wait a minute. He got taken out. It was Flogel who actually gets the pick on Vita, even though Vita was holding that saber and holding the sight line. Flogel somehow able to collect that. So a 4v4.
I think there's only one person over in the castle. Outside of the molly, yeah, like they have so much time to get into position. Home Tracker's going on the route through pit. Do not follow him. We've seen it twice today. Don't do it, man. There we go. Oh. Like, where's the defense set up? Finally, their patience pays off.
Wow.
Great.
Wow. It's just Frosty. He's on the bomb still. And Chrome Trigger, my goodness, Chrome Trigger gets a 3-piece that round, and they just ran over the last 3 that were sitting in and around bomb. And Tim's treasure hunt, okay. Doubles up their score. And that aggression from TTH is really paying off right now.
And you see how the defense of the third team, how unsure they are and how patient they're playing because they just don't know when the aggression's going to kick in. This is what you want if you're Tim's treasure hunt. Like, Chrome Trigger got a maybe double collat 2-3 rounds ago and has been kind of quieted since. Now you're starting to get aggressive. Now you got Jet online. This team could just play hyper-aggressive from here on out. Not always the best strat, but they could kick the tempo up. And clearly the defense from the third team has not been able to respond. They have been waiting to see where the patience, or where I should say, where the cadence is going to come from. And while waiting, have given up so much of the map. Tim's treasure hunt taking advantage of said patience and double up like you said.
Yep. And looking good. Looking good in those last 2 rounds. Been very, very impressed with Chrome Trigger so far. It's been, multiple rounds. Even though they lost, he lost the round where he got the collat and the quad. Still great gun skill. Still, great game sense and understanding where players could be. And even in that last round, just being that overwhelming aggressive force is something that we don't see too often. A lot of times the teams that we compliment in their aggression, they usually do it as a team. It's rare that we see it as an individual, right? And so I feel like Chrome Trigger, he's been a really standout player for Tim's treasure hunt as far as leading the charge and winning those initial gunfights, which is something that we also asked of teams. Like, winning teams are going to have players that are winning gunfights more often than not, and Chrome Trigger has been that guy for Tim's treasure hunt.
I have a suspicion that we may be going servers. Just a slight suspicion.
Is it the
Suspicion.
6 lines and a star with a circle around it?
Really? You
enough?
know, it was the molly, the smoke, the barbed wire, and the 40,000 lines going back to servers. Yeah, I think the entrance to servers might be where our attention is being brought. But again, manager into accounting. Accounting is maybe the toughest. I'd say maybe the toughest choke point to fight through on the map. Entirely, like, it's not a bold take. It's just it's so freaking difficult as an offense to get into accounting cleanly. So you'd like to not have to choose accounting.
Be careful here, though, because if they do win servers, Frosty's going to have the angle and loans, and he's going to be tough to get by without dropping at least one. So this will be actually pretty tough execution. The third team's got a good read. Maybe these 2 players on the far side can pull Frosty over towards accounting.
Tough peak, slow peak. In the mid we go. Good shots. Doesn't clean it up, though. Chrome Trigger's in. He gets caught. That's a big first blood. And a lot of space given to the third team.
Good damage from Geo, and then afraid to give him the 1-2 punch there on Timber. Peek one way and then peek out the other side with the second player. No, but the game plan is completely blown up here for Tim's Treasure Hunt. The idea of going into servers is just completely gone. They didn't even get into the map yet.
Nice.
And look at this position from Lock and Load. Everyone's looking at Afraid. He's getting called out. Lock and Load, I don't know if he's shown himself. At least not in this position.
Oh, wow. He takes 1 damage and still gets a kill, but eventually will fall. So Sick responds quickly onto Geo. It's a 1v4. They know where he's at. Getting peppered through the wall, able to pick up 1.
Wow.
Keeping it alive.
He's going to have to ace if he's going to do it. He's got all the kills for Tim's Treasure Hunt. Sees a third. Can't get by. That player just hiding in the corner. Sosek has no idea. He's still very, very close.
It's an 8, though. It's big. Yeah, you can absolutely play this. Flash in. You have a nade as well.
Hunting. He knows this player got out now. He has to be careful. Running out of time.
Yep.
And I think he's going to save.
Smart. Pick up the clack. Nicely done. So Sick. Just not enough time, and good for the defense to back on up as the third team will go up 5-2. What looked like Tim's Treasure Hunt beginning to mount the approach, at least in terms of a comeback, now extends out an extra round as the third team will take the advantage and are 2 away from winning the first match.
I think if Sosek got the third kill, he might have gone for it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think he might have gone for it. But it is a great save. He gets the torch and the clacker. So, I mean, there's a lot of value that he keeps for his team by not throwing away his life there. So, you know, from a team's perspective, I could see, you know, hey, save the torch, save the clacker, live another day. We can use it for next round.
Picking up that nade, I mean, I really thought, like, okay, if he's taking a 1v1, this is a perfect way to go about it. But, yeah, once you're down to, like, 25 seconds or so, even 30, 35, knowing how much the map you have left to cover, right play, right call, just save. Keep what you can. You've been showing the momentum is slowly becoming back to the team. It seems like TTH is proving that they can go toe-to-toe with third team, so don't give anything away for free, even if you lose a round.
So on to C-Store here, excuse me. As the third team are looking to try and close this one out. It's 5-2, Spaceman. It's been minorly more competitive here, but the third team have been in control for the entirety of this first round.
Yeah. Less one-sided, I think, than some of the rounds that Arise and Mos Eisley gave us, but still it's been close between the two teams. It does just feel like the third team has just simply executed just a hair better at times, even with the prowess that we've seen out of Chrome Trigger. But then you get Jetford doing, 2 pieces inside Pillbox.
So it looks like an office push here from Tim's Treasure Hunt. Possibly one coming through entrance as well with the wall charge. So into Freezer to try and pinch Arcade. So this is going to be quick and chaotic if Tim's Treasure Hunt can get in and actually make this happen. It'll really depend on how third team sets up in storefront to stop that push through entrance. I don't think you're going to get a lot of work done in office for third team, but when it comes to bathroom and teller, there's going to be a lot more defense that you're going to have to put up here. So I don't know how close Frosty's going to play office here, but it'll matter in the grand scheme of the attack for Tim's Treasure Hunt.
We think about power going out. Flare over the storefront barbed wire. Afraid going towards it? I think so. Pulls off the ping on the flare, so maybe not. Lock and load. Uses it. Geoberry and Afraid still holding onto theirs, as well as Vita. Yeah, we're going to potentially pull power, or at least they're just prepping for the opportunity for it.
Players pushing up into storefront. 2 are already in. And Timber in deep in storefront. He's paved the way for his team. Everyone should be scaling. Lights get pulled. Nobody gone down yet, but damage gone out. Lock and load at half health. Vita at half health as well. As Jet gets 2, and Jet is just going to run them down. He is searching everything. Hold on a second. Lock and load's in the bathroom, and he's flushed. As another shot comes out, that's 4 for Jet. Give him the ace. Where's Geo? And he found him. He's pushing him. It's an ace for Jet for the 5K. And Tim's Treasure Hunt, you might as well call it Jet's Treasure Hunt because, boy, he found a lot of treasure.
He stunned him and closed the door. There's no way you're escaping that shotgun. I'm sorry. That's hilarious. And Jet continues to be the MVP of this team so far in this match, between the pillbox play and now the shotguns massacre inside of bathrooms. That was a little horror film right there. And good Lord. He stunned him and closed the door and just said, I'll just wait. I'll wait for him to come back out.
Well, we were looking for them to fight back, and I mean, 2 of those rounds are because Jet's aggression, right? Yep. I mean, Jet has been running it down at points where the third team are just not ready for. They're just not expecting someone to be so quick to take the fights, and that's 2 rounds now. I mean, 2 out of the 3 rounds have been because of Jet's aggression.
Just keep it going. Again, the aggression was what worked. And then what happened after we saw Jet's 2-piece and pillbox? Immediately we transitioned to into Kill Dome. The defense from the third team was pulled back. They weren't moving anywhere. They were very, very reluctant to take on some of the pressure that Tim's Treasure Hunt were putting on the field because they weren't quite sure how they were going to play it. This is where Tim's Treasure Hunt has enough. Their window is in the aggression. It's clearly been working. It's clearly caught third team off guard. When you have something that works and you want to get back to your game plan, keep relying on the aggression. And you're going to get to a place where Tim's Treasure Hunt can then start to establish more of an ebb and flow on the map that they've been looking for in the beginning of the series.
And this is a pretty popular setup for a lot of attackers to try and get someone looking through fan with the Saber and then push through the Doc side. There's just so much space in front of Doc right there that, you know, if you trust your gun skill, then you can try and trust yourself to win those fights and scale onto Doc and into Conveyor. Hopefully the player who will be Timber looking from fan can also ease that pain by taking out some players in and around Conveyor.
I just want to see another quick ride shield through Docs and a follow-up for the Saber. Is that too much to ask?
Might get it.
Do you see the ride shield?
Get something.
Go ahead and throw me the 3-2 split. Love to see it. Huge smoke. Amazing smoke.
They're quickly pushing in here.
Keep that aggression going.
Yeah. It's Flogel and Chrome Trigger leading the charge through storage. There's one player looking over on the defensive side.
Careful. And Flogel's going to have a tough time trying to get this barbed wire down. Even with the torch. You're kind of in no man's land here. One swinging out, and one gets caught quickly. That first blood is massive from Chrome Trigger. It's absolutely massive. It opens up so much for this push. They do have to worry about one on the parallel fight, but it at least allows them to get in position with the ride shield.
Lock and load weak as well. Trying to call out. Timber can get a pick here. Sosa going to take down another. 5 versus 2 now. And Lock and Load's got no health. Afraid going to take down Jet. And Afraid's the last one. Another dropping Chrome trigger, trying to get away, and he does for now. This is going to be a tough clutch if he does it. Does pick up the night vision goggles. Defuse is coming out. Can he win this fight? No, he cannot. The defuse is coming through. And Tim's treasure hunt. Look at this. This one I thought Spaceman was just getting away from Tim's treasure hunt, but all of a sudden it's 5-4.
We wanted at least around 10. We got it. Go ahead, pick up your teammates. Why not? Mop them up. But yeah, I mean, look, this is, again, the aggression works. As long as it's working, you can default back to your game plan and play more quote-unquote appropriate due process. When the time calls for it, right now the time is telling you that the third team cannot handle the pressure. This is the time to keep that kind of aggression going, and I like that we're seeing Tim's treasure hunt continue to rely on the catalyst for the offense that's worked this far. This has been excellent across the board, and now on defense, we'll see how they look, because you're playing in a much smaller version of Bank, a much, much smaller version on this layout, but you can't just go run out and guns out knowing the health advantage that the attackers have. So Tim's treasure hunt are going to have to show that they can dip even deeper into the playbook and show us what kind of aggression they have defensively, as the third team will have a pretty high advantage going into this round.
Yeah, and so no longer do you necessarily get as rewarded for that aggression that we've seen from Jet on Tim's treasure hunt in just pushing players. You're pushing, into an attacking team now, but still can pay off. We'll see what the third team brings on this map. We saw Tim's treasure hunt when they were on the attack. They really would have pushed from entrance into servers. Seems like that's probably what we'll get, at least on a lurk, and maybe go through that northern red door into Hall.
A lot of questions looking like what? A clack, a door charge, potential stun immediately. Check in the bathroom, always got a peek there. Manager's pretty clean right now, but again, you're going to be expecting into double green. There's always going to be either a barbed wire somewhere in accounting, or just somebody sitting with what you would assume to be an AR. It looks like Timber instead's going to be running an LMG. Am I reading that correctly? Or is that the
I'm curious if anyone's going to sit in bathroom.
Got a molly in hand.
I don't think so.
You see, bathroom's a weird. It's a little too close. Like on C-Store, when I think of that left-hand corner that often gets extended on the larger side of the map, from the entrance side on the left, you see players kind of hanging around there into the bathroom, get a little bit more space to work with. Bathroom here is tight. It's 2 steps and you're at the wall. It's probably not the best place to take a gunfight off rip.
So lurk in entrance, trying to find some information as well. They're checking bathroom. The door got closed as Flogel is in there with the NAC 11. So not the shotgun, but certainly... Uh-oh. Get naded here. Instead, it's thrown out. Flogel takes down Geo. Can't get... Oh, wait, does. Chrome gets 2 on Afraid and Frosty. Flogel's taken out by Afraid, but the trades came through. It's just lock and load.
Wait for the smoke to die down. Sees 1 in security. He's going to try to make a move. Lock and load. Work through the barbed wire. Sees 2 and gets caught. Auto shot. He puts him in the dirt. 5-5. We go back and forth. Tim's treasure hunt. Tie it up.
And for the third team, I feel like that attack really fell flat. You got a good trade initially, but Flogel did a great job of staying alive in bathroom, and then the auto shotty just coming through and mopping people up. That's how it goes sometimes, especially in those tight corners, or tight angles, rather.
Yep. That's the danger of the bathroom. Like, it's so narrow compared to the only other reference I'm really giving right now. I guess, here we go, C-Store. Like, you get a little bit more room on the left side of entrance. Not on this layout. That's hilarious. But in general, like, that little cranny from Bank in that bathroom is impossible to get out of if you're not using a shotgun. It's just, you're going to get caught. Even if you don't get utiled, you're going to get caught. Tough one for sure from third team.
And this one looks like just a straight-up entrance hit. Couple of flashes, trying to make sure Freezer doesn't have angles. But I think third team, they're going to blow this one open and move quickly into storefront. A lot of attention up towards office. So this could pay off quite nicely for the third team.
And we saw a lot of arcade hits week 1. Haven't seen too much since. Couple of gunfights, couple of entries, sure, but not like a full lot of full team hits anymore. A little fancy peek inside the office. I love that we have random cameras throughout the map. This is awesome. Shout out production. Ooh,
Looks
torch
like it actually got.
entrance.
I was gonna say it was a door charge, or excuse me, a wall charge. It now looks like they're indicating door charge on the green door and teller, and then torching entrance
interesting.
instead. Maybe try and get
to
a
flush teller.
try. I don't know. Try and get a kill, maybe 2.
Is that why the call would be the door charged into? Looks like a flash. Fake smoke. Oh yeah.
So it'll be Chrome Trigger holding down office. Everyone rotating up to the north side of the map for the attackers. It looks like it will be a partial office hit here.
Good entry. Nicely done. Smoke pulls some attention. Torch will go ahead and open up one panel on the entry.
It's up to Chrome Trigger here. He's got 3 to fight. Actually, 4.
Too many shots to the wall.
One.
Trigger. What is going on?
2.
Able to pick up 1. Immediately hits the canister. Smoke out. Pistol in hand.
Gonna get
up close. No, gets turned on. He was
does
afraid.
get 3 though. He got 3. It was 3 for 1 for Chrome Trigger, and that's all the kills that his side got. Now it's up to Sosic and Timber if they can defend. Trying to wallbang through. Timber's got the auto shotgun as well. Both defending in front of the bomb. Molly goes out, and that's actually good. He got afraid with it, cleans it up as well. What a play from Timber. The Molly, and then the cleanup with the auto shotgun. And defenders up 6-5.
Little bait and switch, little elbows, little 1-2 give and go. We see from Timber using the auto shotty. Nicely placed on the Molly. Teammates there to help out, just to be an annoyance. Round 12 on your screen. Will it be the comeback for Tim's Treasure Hunt, who were down at 1 point? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5-2. Could win it 7-5.
And it will be Factory. That could be the deciding map here for our first set. Remember, both these teams have to play another set here. 1st to 7. And this one was initially a blowout for the third team. I thought for sure they were going to close this one out. I think it was, what, 5-1, 5-2 at one point? Now it's 6-5. Tim's Treasure Hunt fighting back. Or maybe it was 4-1. I think it was 4-1 at one point.
Mm-hmm. It was 4-1. Yep. 4-1 into 4-2.
See, we'll have a fan peek again. And it looks like it will be Server Farm with the Riot Shield for the third team. Try and get control of those stairs up by the fan to look over conveyor. You get that control, well, boy, the map opens up completely into office as well. That would be the home run. I mean, honestly, if the attackers can get all the way to office pushing from Server Farm, you're in trouble as a defender.
You've given up too much as a defender at that point. Because the likelihood of you wanting to take gunfight into storage and backing up to have protection on your back end from bomb, and also, you know, to keep yourself protected from the rotation through fan into office from Server Farm, yeah, you're not going to want to take that fight storage. That's a no bueno. Here we go. Round 12. Tim's Treasure Hunt trying to do the thinkable, the comeback. Oh, you cheeky angle.
Yeah, trying to find that very, very tight angle. And there is a player there. There is a player on the angle he's looking at, but he couldn't find it. Information for the attackers, courtesy of the riot shield. Lights being blown out as well. Very slowly is this push for the third team, and I like it. Patience is key here. Vita sees one. Flogel will take out Frost. Lot of angles, a lot of ground that Vita has to cover with that Saber. Now one in front of it, Afraid, just melted by Jet. And Vita, I think, needs to start getting involved here. Looking down the sight line. It is Jet on the mop now.
Jet just needs to stay alive. Just buy time on low health. That's all your job is. There's no need to peek.
There's the fan.
He
got him.
He got him. He got him. That counter snipe, man, is insane. Lock and low. Last one alive. We've said that many times in this opening series. Jet at 10 HP. You ballsy, ballsy person.
And Tim's Treasure Hunt, I mean, they're going to win. They're going to win this one. A humongous comeback for Tim's Treasure Hunt. Like I said, they were down, I think, 1-4 at one point and just turned it on in the end. A 7-5 victory for Tim's Treasure Hunt. And I have to say, you know, impressed with many, many players, but Jet throughout that series, the aggression paid off so much for his squad. Chrome Trigger as well, consistent, ever consistent throughout that series, but between those two, definitely the driving force to victory here.
Between the auto shotty, the sniper, the opening two-piece on pillbox, followed up by the 5, in C-store with the auto shotty, into taking a challenge as a sniper on 10 HP with no lights and taking a counter snipe when you don't really have the angle, but you're still finding the peak. Like, those are the things where if you're going to lean onto a player who's playing aggressive, then lean into it. Play all the way through. Jet was fantastic. MVP of the first series for sure. And, you know, if you look past the opening 4 rounds of this game, this was 7-1. I mean, it was a complete flip for Tim's Treasure Hunt after those opening 4 rounds. Once they kind of got shell-shocked, they completely turned it around, Corelli.
They did, and again, it was great aggression, but also just great gun skill coming out. I think from everyone, but mostly from Jet and from Chrome Trigger did really well here. So that's only half of the equation, though, Spaceman. They have yet another series to get through here against each other.
They got one more to go, and with that, we will take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we continue on with the last match of the day, third team versus Tim's Treasure Hunt. It's a comeback for the day. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you after the break. the Due Process League, Week 5, Day number 1 here on Saturday. I am Spaceman. That is your Due Process League World Champion Season 2, Corelli, and we are so glad that you guys are joining us here for what should be the great last match of the night. It is third team versus Tim's, good lord, Treasure Hunt, who have pulled off a miraculous comeback in their first match. They were down 4-0. They win 7-5 in the end. And Corelli, this is a squad that looks like they've pulled the momentum out of aggressive plays from Jet and are ready to get into our second match and final of the night.
Yeah, I think if you're on the third team side, you got to know what to expect now. You know, there's going to be some of those rounds where you've got to be prepared of kind of that blitzkrieg offense. But on the other side of things, too, I'm curious if this was more of like a snowball effect for Tim's Treasure Hunt of like, hey, we got the ball rolling and then we just didn't stop for the rest of the round, or if the third team are really that good for the first few rounds and things just kind of got flipped on their head where we could go on to a second map and the third looks like all out push from Patio. The Saber's out as well as the Riot Shield, so a lot invested here as far as, and the Torch. So a big investment here from the side of Tim's Treasure Hunt. And they will instantly take control of Kitchen as well, but this is where it gets tough. Coming out of Kitchen or going into Kitchen, depending on what side you approach it from, this is where it gets a little bit more difficult. You have Bar to contend with. That's a very long sight line. You have Hall, which is just very hard to break in cleanly with. Ooh. Oh. Afraid taking down Jet. It's a big kill.
That's your entry right there. So good things right now for the third team. They got maybe the most dangerous player on the offense. Still, the Saber hasn't been able to connect for anything. best position right now in kitchen. All of the offense will pull back.
Oh, we got him. So sick. Gets a piece of him. Timber and Chrome are able to follow up as well, and the push is now on. The Sabres deep in to Bar, looking into Club. Timber's going to take down Afraid. And the defuse coming out. Follow up there. Frosty take it down. Clean up by Vita. Can he get onto the bomb? He's not going to win the fight. It's a 1v1, but Vita does get him off the bomb. Smoke coming out from Vita, and I like this play. Flogel's creeping up closely in Hall. Vita just slowly walking around, but he doesn't see the man in the kitchen. Timber takes him down, and Tim's treasure hunt on the board first.
They'll keep their round streak going. That's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Excuse me, 6 rounds in a row. They'll continue on from the first set. Again, much closer, like we saw in the opening rounds of the first set between these two teams. And even a really like heads-up play to smoke off site and try to play a 1v1, 1v2 if you're lucky in the end. But credit to Tim's treasure hunt for, again, being able to pick up a lot of the chaos early. Though they did lose Jet to begin, they come back and win the round. So worth noting, they drop first blood, but they still find a way to clutch up.
Strong opening from Tim's treasure hunt, although I think Vita did a great job of making that one close. Look at this, that Vogel is devising a master plan here. And I don't mind it. There's just going to be a lot of angles that you're going to have to find here on the right side of Generator. But if you get in and around the corner, which will be barbed wired, if you get through that, you'll have to contend with office. It's honestly a pretty treacherous run that he drew up. I feel like you'd rather just go through dock in the end, door charge through dock. I think that might be what they're doing.
Ain't nothing wrong with a little door charge, man. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Do it more.
Well, the benefit of having the door charge there on the left side of dock is that you don't have to contend with office. Whereas if you go through the red door on the right side of Generator, you're going to have to come up, play both lower and upper Generator and storage door, then fight through the barbed wire on Generator, and
on the board, so they stop some of the bleeding. You at least get something, which is great. And you go to Kill Dome, which can kind of reset everything that you've thought about in this set. Kill Dome's kind of a great palate cleanser.
Just taking a look at this map, and I would definitely go through jungle if I'm on the side of Tim's treasure hunt, which I believe is what they want to do. The classic Saber Beach Lurk. It will be coming out from Timber. And I don't mind it. But the jungle side of this map is very close quarters. I mean, considering that half of it is water going around castle. Very, very close and open, really. So I would expect a lot of players to come through castle or be in castle on the defensive side.
And the tough part, however, for the offense, well, actually, maybe not the tough part. The interesting part for the offense is, given where Castle's positioned, if you can flush people out of Castle, there's only two ways they get out cleanly. One, they go to Pit, which immediately pulls them out of any gunfight, but you still worry about them. Two, they jump into jungle and they're immobilized by the water, so they're still up, but you get some time to either reposition or kind of again keep them pressured because they can't really move unless they're parkouring their way out, but still it would take time. So Castle, yeah, you can stack it if you're a defense, but your exit strategy is either Pit or towards site. It's not the best angle for anybody defensively. So if I'm Tim's treasure hunt, I am putting as much pressure and as much util as I can into Castle to see if I can get anybody to kind of fall out of position and pick them up as they try to regroup.
We'll see how the execution goes here, especially through that northern side of jungle. Chrome, Sosig, Jetford all running subs. And actually, they're going to mix it up. They're all going beach. It's actually 4 men going through beach here, and they are just running it up.
For entry, nobody's looking. Just go.
Yeah, nobody's there.
Our team has no idea.
Oh, there's angles. There's one for Timber. Value from the Saber already as they get the pick. Buried the jungle already. I mean, Jet's just sprinted through once again. Is he going to pay off? He's going to peek into Castle. He's got 2, and he's got 1 traded out. But that's 3 down on the third team. Make it 4, Chrome. Maybe even 5 as the last man lock and load fighting for his life, and he's taken out by Sosik. Boy, look at that execution from Tim's treasure hunt. rotated up.
Nope.
He's actually trying to sprint behind. And he found one, but could not finish the job. Vita takes him down. It's 2 down for Tim's treasure hunt. And now Kitchen under control for the attackers. Another angle comes through and is lock and load, dropping Afraid, trades out. It's a great flash onto Flogel. He can't see anything. Timber waiting for his time. Flogel's taken down. It's just Timber. His time is now.
A lot of time.
Be careful. You got to play it slow.
You have to get lucky.
You definitely need to get a free one right off the bat. That one wasn't completely free. They all know he was there. And despite getting one, Gio is able to trade him out. And so we are trading blows back and forth. 2-2. 2s apiece. As the third team answer back.
Back and forth and back and forth. I like it. We might be getting to round 13. Come on. We'll take our time to defuse. Search for any equipment, any guns we might want to use. And you think if Jet's able to land that first shot, is the round any different?
Yeah. I could say yes.
Flying back. Like, he was full. Like, he got tagged going in, but he was full sprinting through middle map. Like, just nothing going to stop him.
I mean, he got called out. He got tagged up by someone else. I didn't catch their name, but he got tagged up, and I think that's how the attacker whipped around and got him. But if that didn't happen or he landed that first shot perfectly, yeah, that round's completely different.
Just always expect Jet to be somewhere on you. That should be the MO for the third team. Mid is not so free as you expect. Neither is Office. I mean, you should be expecting pressure Office regardless of the smokes or setup you have. Interesting.
Curious if the third team is going to try this map differently than Tim's treasure hunt. Tim's treasure hunt tried to wall charge through dock and also door charge into generator as well. Flogel got caught out by Geo, if you remember, crossing dock. It appears that's not the way the third team are going to approach this map, but maybe not. I don't know. I see a wall charge floating out there in server farm, which would indicate a server farm push, but not necessarily. It looks like it will be a little bit of a split.
You did get a bit of cover if you decide to go green across the bridge to storage. Like, you keep yourself away from harm at server farm regardless of the catwalk stairs, regardless of Office. You get cover, but you lose so much again of the map that you're basically forcing fights uphill from the rest. High casters plus
Hi. Dome, and for the third team, they will be on attack. Again, we saw Tim's Treasure Hunt go up through the north side of jungle there on that red door. That's how they approached this map. Well, actually, no, they came around beach. We thought they were going to, but they came around beach. That's right.
They sent one up. You're right, though. They did send one up to the door, and then they, like, low wrapped to beach. All 4 went, and there was just nobody covering. She's like, okay, this is a free hit. Castle, same situation. So it's basically the same layout. So Castle, again, in a position where, like, we know the defense stacked Castle. There was at least 3 or 4 there. You can flush them into jungle. You can flush them into pit. There's not a lot of places to go around Castle that keep you out of harm's way. Once you escape, it's going to take a while to get back to your team. Surely they're going to pick up, and by they, I'm talking Tim's Treasure Hunt. Surely they're going to pick up. We can't just let them have beach for free again this time. Like, you can't let that happen. You'd have to have somebody over at base. And I imagine that's what they're calling out now of like, hey, we need somebody to watch this door just to get eyes, just to get info.
And the last time we saw this from Tim's Treasure Hunt, they actually really fooled the third team. Third team were convinced that they were going to come through that red door in jungle. And so they had beach and base basically for free and moved in up into castle and around jungle, and it was over at that point. So we'll see if it goes better for the third team, who it might just be a heavy push into that north side jungle. Looks like they will have someone lurking beach, so it could be the same setup.
Looks like Clacker, Nade for Afraid, a stun for Frosty, 2 stuns for Frosty, a potential flash and a stun for Vita, a smoke in the hands of Lock and Load. If I'm seeing correctly, which is rarely the case. So very, very expansive util for this round. Tim's Treasure Hunt, again, will have access to 3 mollies. It's a lot. But they're really investing into this round 5. Excuse me, 6. I can do math. Molly's out. And it looks like, once again, we're going to go through beachfront just for a little. Auto shotty is disgusting. It's disgusting. If they run in, they're screwed.
Oh, he just wants a piece of them right off the bat, and they were ready for it. Gio was looking for it. And Jet, you knew he was going to go for that. Not paying off that time. The push is delayed. Chrome Trigger will drop as well. Vita taken down. 4v3 in favor of attackers right now. 4v2.
Well, there's a riot shield. Good luck. So Sick has help up top.
Wow.
A lot of help. So Sick gets caught, but still, nope, gets dropped. And it doesn't matter. His teammate's there for the cleanup. So I'm curious about the idea from Jet. I know it's the rush with the auto shoddy, but the UAV is going to pick you up, isn't it? So
yeah,
like, I know it comes down to timing, sure, but man, that's a risky
But honestly,
call.
if you're convinced that there are 4 or 5 of them out there, and you get 3 with damage on 1 or 2 of the others, I mean, that's a great trade. And you die to UAV, fine. You know.
I guess I expected. I guess
you'll take that trade.
Yeah, I guess I'm just so confused because I expected him. He kind of ran out full speed. I was expecting him to like start unloading the auto shotty the minute he turns the corner, just in case. But yeah, the full sprint kind of caught me. I was a bit surprised. And again, credit to the defense who were way pulled back. They're like, yeah, we're not doing this, dude. You come try to get us all you want.
Listen, if I'm on if I'm on the third team and I know Jet's on the other side, like, I'm playing defensively. I know that guy's going to rush me.
Yeah, what are the odds that he's around this corner with an auto shot? He's going to run this. What do you think?
100%.
This is the biggest lead that third team has had over Tim's Treasure Hunt since the first set, which was also at 4-2.
A reminder, this is not a best of set. So this is the last map of the day, regardless of who wins it. We can tie in the series. If third team closes this one out, it will be 1-1, and both teams walk away with a few points. So it's crucial that for third team and third team enjoyers that they close this one out.
Okay, I'm thinking loans. Bathroom's still a tight angle, but A little more doable, I wouldn't say this time, because it's so close to entrance. You can really just light up the hallway with so much.
Yeah,
Great
curious
line of sight.
exactly. You know, we very rarely see a hall push like this. So bathroom will be crucial here. He actually broke down the door in bathroom.
Yeah, you went and closed it and just kicked it down. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it works.
Oh yeah, definitely. It definitely was. I think he just wants the opportunity to peek. Setting the riot shield to get information through entrance. This hall push, it very rarely works, as Vita had an opportunity. Did not react very well when he saw that player's shoulder. And will pay for it. Here comes Jet. He's running it down again. And he's got 2. And maybe a 3rd. He will get 3. Actually, Timber will steal it. Afraid trades back. Gets 1. Trying to get 2. But you can't drop here if you're afraid. The team has not even gotten into the site yet. He's closing some doors, trying to pick up some of the util left in front of entrance. Chrome Trigger got away with the riot shield.
Buy some time. This doesn't hurt you necessarily, because it, again, just forces the defense to overthink the situation, but you do need to make a call. You do not have as much time as you think you might. Takes 10 seconds to defuse. Clock is in. You've given away where you're coming from. Stun inside. Smoke, I lied. Nope. Not going to do that. We've wasted 25 seconds trying to get in.
I don't know if they're really going to go for it. I think they're just trying to look for extra picks, and he's going to go in. He's spotted out. Bullets racing across and eventually dropping down. So a lot of util picked up for Tim's treasure hunt. And able to get their 3rd. Finally a defensive map for them.
I think getting the riot shield back is also, like, picking up, stealing it, I should say, is big. And the fact that Jet won that heady over the riot shield is just, first of all, it's absurd. Second, yeah, just as soon as he's flying, you need to be calling. If you're on 3rd team, you're calling numbers of like, hey, we know who's flying at us right now. We got to trade this. Just, we have to make sure we at least go 1 for 1. Jet was able to pick up 2, helped with a 3rd. At that point, it's basically a round set match. It's tough.
4-3 is the score line, first to 7. And the 3rd team sitting with the upper hand at the moment. They are on to attack. So it looks like a wall charge going into entrance. Could be the play with a little help from office. And Gio wants to whip out the saber as well. I like that.
Go ahead, rip arcade for me. Come on.
I was going to say, I was just thinking that arcade is an option. We've seen plenty of teams push through arcade on a map similar to this, so it's not impossible.
Given where the machines are set up in the arcade, I mean, if you go through shed to arcade, you avoid some eyes from the green door in office, adjacent to the arcade red door. You can avoid the barbed wire if it stays in position. You get a look into storefront, an opportunity to pinch entrance and arcade together. Arcade is not a bad call right now, from my very untrained eye. There's a couple opportunities where you can really keep yourself protected from offense and teller, and formulate a pinch from entrance that might work out.
I don't think they're going to go. I think they're going entrance just to turn off those lights. I think that's what they are deciding.
Real gamers go arcade.
I think real gamers go entrance, which is what most of them do. Flogel, little cheeky shed peek there. Got lock and load, and I think lock and load was ready for it, but could not return. Flogel got out clean, so a very clean trade coming out means man up, numbers up for Tim's treasure hunt.
And Flogel is stacked in this one. Got a super shoddy as a backup as well. They are really pulling all the stops out to try to tie up this round, tie up this game. Molly buys enough cover. Flogel finds a second.
Again, that's a second player that he's found outside of the map, outside of the site. Frosty returns the favor on Jet. Timber, crucial that he gets one here. Here's his opportunity. We'll find one. Can he get two? He hides back in the smoke. He got one and then kept his life, which is equally as important. 2v4 as a third team. Trying to keep away Tim's treasure hunt from tying this one up.
Afraid takes down Flogel. Vita. And Afraid. Working against Sosic, Timber, and Chrome. Luckily for all of them, they're kind of around each other. Opening peek. Afraid. Chrome on your screen.
Vita got him. It's 2v2 now.
Here's the bait. Chrome, gotta be careful. Molly on the door. He gets flashed. Chrome stuck in no man's land. Do they peek? They do. Vita able to get inside. Here comes another follow-up.
Oh, he pushed him
and gets caught quickly. Wow, defenders take the round. Chrome runs through the bathroom and punishes Vita.
And that was as good as I think you were going to get for the third team. They were in a 2v4 situation, got it down all the way to a 1v1, but unfortunately it's 1v1 against Chrome Trigger, who's been stellar in those situations. And a very exciting C-Store map as we go over to Killhouse.
Back to a nightmare. Let's get a little Jet 1v2 in Pillbox. What are we thinking? I have an idea of where Jet's going with this.
Yeah, we've seen him. We've seen him do that.
The halls are going to be run down by Jet. We have got a feeling we know where he might be going.
I think they're coming through backstage. Jet's running straight through club into Pillbox.
You guys see that long blue line on your screen right now in the Pillbox?
Except Jet's on defense, so that will not be happening.
All right, let's see. Where's the long red line? Oh, tied up 4-4. This is the closest. Again, looking back to the first set, it was 5-2 at one point in favor of third team. They go on to lose it. Right now, they're tied up 4-4. The closest these two teams have come in their sets. We are going down to the wire. Round 9. We got a clacker, smoke, 2 stuns, a door charge, 3rd stun, a flash, another stun.
Yeah, they're going to bring a lot here for this backstage push. I mean, we've seen so many teams go through checkpoint today. I don't know. This could be the first time we don't see a team go through checkpoint.
Also, I have 2 flares on the side of Tim's treasure hunt, so just something to keep in mind. 2 mollies in the hands of Chrome. Chrome currently sitting inside Pillbox. Would love to use that molly inside Hall for help to flush out an attacking player or to keep his teammates protected. He can use it offensively or defensively. First couple of shots ring out through the wall. No wall bangs to begin. First blood yet to fall. Smoke is out. And players regroup currently at backstage. It will be the call.
Damage from Chrome Trigger onto Geo. Geo's down to 1 HP. He's going to throw the molly right on top of him. He might get one. That decision making coming out from Chrome Trigger almost paid off in a kill. As this backstage push proving a lot harder. You see 4 players on the defensive side. Everyone's in for the third team on this attack. Lock and Load takes down Timber. They're going to need a little bit more than this. Everyone pushing through for the third team. They're finally into club.
I lost the shoddy. Timber had the shoddy. He goes down. Third team has a lot of power and positioning here. And they're just going to run through Hall. You can just take the gunfights 1-to-1. Jet behind a door. Flogel. trying to recover through the wall. Does get Frosty. Responds nicely. Buying time at 55 seconds. A lot of health.
Here comes the push. One from Flogel. Looking for two. But everyone's already evacuated from the site. Everyone's at pillbox on the attacking side. It's just so sick now. So sick. Takes down one. 1v1 against Afraid. Both players have about 50% health. He hold it down. He does, and he takes down Afraid. It's 5-4. Tim's treasure hunt holds on thanks to the so sick clutch.
We knew Pillbox was going to be important this round, and it was. And the patience from Tim's treasure hunt to work around the auto shotty to begin on first blood and not panic at all is absolutely commendable. Tim's treasure hunt continued to fight back, one round at a time. Back and forth we go. That was a really, really good round from both teams.
Yeah, it was good from the third team to not get discouraged when they were pushing through that top part of the map. It was, you know, very tough for them to break in, but what they did right was they weren't dropping numbers left and right. Right, they got in there and they made sure that, okay, we can create some noise. Yeah, we're going to take a little bit of damage, but we're not just going to all get melted immediately when things get a little tough. And they were able to actually push the opposition back all the way back towards Pillbox, and then they flooded Pillbox. And that was really the key there for the third team. So great work for them.
I think somebody wants to nade entrance, just a hunch. Yeah, I'm thinking about this little entrance right here. We saw earlier where Chrome and Jet were working together. They were able to pick up the riot shield and kind of flip the script on what third team had planned, at least what they wanted to orchestrate from the entrance side. But this is a very different round. Deep into our second set, 5-4 the lead. 2 away from a win here for Tim's treasure hunt. Would be their second in this set. They'll get 4 points. Third team trying to bounce back from the last round. Again, worth knowing that a lot of stuns, a lot of smokes, a lot invested from third team on that last round. They won't have access to it this time.
So no hall push. It looks like it's going to be an all-in on the entrance, as you were mentioning. So,
where's their fifth?
And look out, Jet's got the shotgun.
I wonder what he's going to do.
I wonder what he's going to do.
Let's go ahead and get a POV on Jet if we can. Let's go ahead and take a quick gander over what Jet's going to be doing. He's late to the party, but first one in. Guaranteed.
Here we go.
Come on, go get him.
They should push when they drop their util, that molly. So now they're going to wait a little bit. They did throw a smoke, but should be enough for them to go. And go now. Here he goes. He's going to push right through the smoke. He'll have one in security. Going to push straight into security. Flash. Pushes him back. He's going to hunt them down. He's running them through the hall. He'll take down one. Afraid drops, and no one's in the bathroom. But Jet gets full control of hall. Now he's got to get through loans. Pops another one, but not able to drop Geo. But the damage has been done. And it's a 3 versus 3.
We've parted the map completely, west to east. A lot of positioning here for Tim's treasure hunt to go on the hunt into accounting. Chrome Trigger able to pick up one, and a big one at that. Lock and load goes down, your week 3 MVP. 5-4. 69 seconds on the round. 2v2. Into security.
Frosty and Geo, they've got to put something together, and that's not what you want. Not how you want to start it. Timber going to clean it up. And Tim's treasure hunt gonna get the job done. The third team, they just couldn't handle that aggression. Again, it was Jet who really kind of cracked the nut initially, right? Getting into hallway, putting damage down on loans, and despite falling to that player in loans, was able to get the damage down. And It's tough. It's so hard for the third team to deal with that aggression, especially when he's running through smokes and just pushing you through security. He made a great play with the flash as well to flush that player out of security. And Tim's treasure hunt able to clean up the work that Jet started.
Jet's a bit of a psychopath. I'm gonna say it. Like, just the way he's running around the map. It's very committed. It's very straightforward. Like, just straight up, just run through the hall, through security, stun him, run him down. I respect it. It's always it's the exact variable you're gonna get every single round, and by that it's hilarious. But again, it's working, and it's fun to watch for sure. But for Tim's treasure hunt, they are one round away from closing out their second set of the day and really taking a strong series over third team, where TTH has had to prove quite a bit that they can both adapt and play on the fly through someone like Jet, and they've proved it. But third team certainly have their work cut out for them. They can tie up and get a point. What do they need to do, if anything, Corelli, going in on defense? Is there something they need to change? How do you think they need to approach C-Store?
Well, the scoreline wouldn't say it, but they really haven't been super strong defensively. Most of their wins obviously coming from the attacking side, but I mean, the big thing is just slowing down Jet, right? I mean, if he wants to, he could run in and end this series right now. And so you have to keep an eye on what angles can we be pushed from and what angles is he going to exploit. That's the biggest thing, I think, for the third team right now, as there are so many rounds where it feels like Jet just kind of like wins it for him, right? Whether he wins it outright or he gets 2 and damage on a third, and it's just so hard for the third team to deal with. I mean, you can watch back the replay that we just saw on Bank. I mean, he's got players turning away from him, running down hallway, scared of him. I mean, because of how quickly he's moving. So for the third team, you've got to get him. And once you get Jet, you can slow things down. You know, the other 4 players, maybe Chrome Trigger sometimes, but the other 4 players aren't going to be as aggressive.
Yeah.
And it looks like Tim's treasure hunt are going to throw everything at him. Wall charge into entrance, door charge into freezer. They're trying to pinch and pinch hard, while the defensive side looks like they're more expecting closer to like an office push.
I like this. I mean, you got them on match point. You've been winning off of the aggression alone. Ramp it up in the util as well. Force them to come take the gunfights, even if they're not ready. This smoke should at least give them some cover getting into entrance. Sosick watching freezer. Sosick looking for the first blood. Flogel will be doing the same. There goes Jet.
He was able to get one. Vogel able to trade it out. All even now. Sosick flashing into freezer. Trying to get an angle on any of the defensive players, but the defense holding very strong around bomb. They're not peeking. They're not pushing out. They said, hey, you can have storefront. We're going to be playing around bomb.
They can't afford to peek. There's no margin for error here, but into the bathroom we go. Jet will drop Sosick. Trying to follow up to help out his teammate. Defense stays stalwart around bomb. They're not giving up anything for free. They will not be peeking. Flogel's going to have to make a move into the barbed wire. Going to get slowed. They know where numbers are at. Can they peek through the corner? Through the window. No. Sosick will take down one. Flogel for the second. All numbers starting to fall. The third team's defense are not doing enough.
Yeah, Frosty's got to make a play here. He's going to have 2 to deal with. Can he make a play? Might be waiting for the bomb. Tap. Does get 1. Can't get 2. And Sosick gonna mow him down. It didn't even need Timber in the end. And Tim's treasure hunt. The first map was a little, first set, was a little shaky. They were able to turn things around, but here, Spaceman, we talked about it. Was it just a fluke at the beginning, or was it the real deal? I think it was the real deal. Tim's treasure hunt just needed a few rounds to get warmed up, and they take care of business.
It's really weird looking at this series and looking at the fact that the first set was 4-0 for third team, then 4-2, 5-2, then they lose the following 5 rounds. Tim's treasure hunt in second series, they go back and forth for a couple. It's 4-2 again, and then another 5-round swing from Tim's treasure hunt that just propels them into a win. Like, again, the ability to kind of read the pace of the game, make adjustments, and then use that aggression to propel them quite literally into a victory was impressive today for Tim's treasure hunt. For third team, it looked like their defense was going to pull them out of that situation at the end. But Corelli, they started losing a couple numbers a little too quickly. Bathroom sort of collapses, and from there, the trades were what the trades were.
Yeah, and that's, I think, for Tim's treasure hunt, that was really the end of it for, or really it was the start of it after the third round in the first set, all the way up until the end of this. You really saw them control a lot more of that game, and I think, the third team, things got away from them a little bit. So for Tim's treasure hunt, good win, quality win here, and really a fun match between these two teams. This was very back and forth, despite Tim's treasure hunt really taking things over after the first half of the second or the first map. That was very back and forth. That's much different than what we got earlier today.
Yeah, some real quality rounds in this series, which I think was great for both teams to see kind of validity-wise. What do they bring to the table against each other? It's not as, I guess, staunchly different between Arise and Mos Eisley like we had earlier, where there was more of a talk of can Mos Eisley kind of keep pace with Arise. This was two really great teams going at it and showing that we're going to get some close rounds, and in the end, it was just a slight difference of one variable, that variable being aggression and that variable being Jet. Just way too aggressive, and you saw it in Bank chasing down players as they were running through the halls for their lives as he has a shotgun. It's just what Tim's treasure hunt does. Formerly known as Cave Dummies, they will pick up the win here today on back-to-back sets with 4 points added to their tally. Corelli, final thoughts on Tim's treasure hunt and on the series overall or the matches today? What's in your head?
Yeah, big win for them. Brings them up to, at least from the beginning of the week, with 18 points, now to 22 points, which is where Mos Eisley Cantina started this week. So that's third place in the DPL, which is huge for them. They skip quite a bit of people with 4 points there. So big wins across the board for them. And that spot for third place right now, very, very contentious. Lots of teams will be in that 20 to mid-20s points. And Arise and Chaos start the week at over 30 points. So I don't know if anyone's going to catch up to them anytime soon. But very, very contentious there from like that 3 to 5 slot right now.
The job for Cave Dummies was just simply show up today and at least get 2 points on the board. They got 4. Like they did their job. They played a really hell of a series. GG's all around to them, and GG's again to Mos Eisley Cantina and third team for keeping it contested. None of these were a blowout. The closest we had was a bit of a one-sided affair with Arise, but still the rounds proved more that Mos Eisley Cantina have more to give to us. Cave Dummies, a.k.a. Tim's Treasure Hunt, congrats to them on the win here today. They look really good as the season progresses in Week 5. This is only day 1. We got one more day of action coming up tomorrow. It's going to be the same time at 2 p.m. Eastern. It's Gubenstein, who is Wartime Generals team. We'll be seeing him on Main Street versus Tempo.
It's our nemesis.
Yeah, we're gonna have so much fun with him tomorrow. I can't wait. That'll be here live at 2 p.m. Eastern, if you're wondering. So get in here at 1 o'clock and hang out in the chat. We'll be in here. We'll be hanging out. But it's been a fun day of action. We got one more day to go through for week number 5. Remember, it's 79 cents and 92% off on Steam. Due process. You can go buy it right now. It's 79 cents. You can literally buy a pack of ramen that's more expensive, or you could buy a video game. You should buy the video game because you can buy it right now. You scan the QR code, play due process, support the league, the team, the boys, the gals, the girls, the NBs, all that. Corelli, final thoughts on the day before we get into our second day tomorrow.
No, nothing crazy. I Heart DP, great day. I thought it was a lot of fun, and this is only day 1, like you said. Tomorrow we'll have more games and hopefully another collat. We asked for a collat before we got on, and we got it. It was provided. So shout out, was it Chrome Trigger? I can't remember now. Chrome Trigger, who gave us the collat. So fun day and excited for tomorrow.
We got a collat with a sniper. We got a collat with a shotgun. All we need is a collat with a stun. Anybody pulls that off tomorrow, we will give away 30 copies of Due Process on stream. It's been a fun one. We will make sure we get Tetra to fix the pit and the fire and put a ball pit down there. So thank you all for your suggestions. And remember, 2 p.m. Eastern tomorrow for the beginning of Gubenstein versus Tempo. You're not going to want to miss it. It's day 2 of Week 5 of the Due Process League. We're going to have a lot of fun. We want to see you there, and we hope that you'll show up because we will. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.